Welcome to Yuoni Zero, or as it's called in English, Yuoni Rises. Someone on Twitter recommended this game to me, and I'm finally decided to check it out. I've heard it's very, very relevant to my interests. Let's take a look at the options. Yeah, let's play it in English because I don't feel like translating on the fly. Starto. B and A. Next text. Indeed, I've heard this is a visual novel, like a visual novel, but kind of VR, like it's available VR on Steam. Okay, so, whoop, I can look around. It's very, very dark. Nice atmosphere, I dig it. Alright, let's take a look at the sketchbook. The setting sun sinks on the quiet neighborhood. Long shadows stretch out from the feet of telephone poles. A woman stands next to one of them, almost leaning into it. She is tall and slender. What is most distinct about her is the huge mask that covers even her ears. Kuchisake onna. Pretty? The woman asks with a hoarse voice. She looks at you with glaring eyes, her heavy breathing audible from behind the mask. You try to ignore her by looking away, but you realize that there is an enormous pair of scissors in her hands. Not the scissors. A chill runs down your spine. Am I pretty? The woman repeats. Answer the question. Threatens the dull gleam from the scissors. I've never known scissors to threaten me with a dull gleam, but I will take their word for it. You look pretty, I guess. That's it. You're dead. Which, she's very straightforward in this one. Shank shank. If you tell the Kuchisake onna that she's pretty, the Kuchisake onna seems a little strange. Okay, that's just her name, but okay. She'll remove her mask so fast, you won't believe it. You hear me? She'll reveal that mouth of hers, which is split all the way up to her ears, and she'll use her scissors to stab you so many times that you'd be deader than dead. Shank shank. What? So, I should say she isn't pretty? That's asking to be killed. Shuji pouts in response to Goto's explanation. Who's talking? Why is this all written in my book? Of course. You'd still be killed if you say that she isn't. By the way, it's useless to try and run away from her. The Kuchisake onna runs faster than any Olympic athlete, so you'd be caught in an instant. So in case you hadn't picked up by now, this game is supposedly about all sorts of Japanese urban legends and creepypastas, and I am here for it. Can I move around? Oh, I can! Oya oya? Oya oya? Anyone here? Anyone? It's so dark. I can't see anything. Oh, it's all pretty. Okay, back to the book. Alright, Goto continues on Kokoli. On Kokoli, indeed. His face is so much more annoying than the soccer team mascot printed on his tank top. Well, that's a bit rude. The mascot is doing his best. Count yourself lucky, Shuji. If I were the Kuchisake onna, you'd be so dead. Goto says this as if he truly is worried for Shuji's life. You know, the Kuchisake onna. Shuji isn't familiar with the before her name is bothering me constantly. The Kuchisake onna, but even he knows that she only appears in the city, not somewhere deep in the countryside, surrounded by mountains and an endless stream of cicadas. Bruh, she will appear wherever she wants. Furthermore, they are in a park in broad daylight, and there aren't eerie rows of telephone poles, only damaged playground equipment made of concrete. She will appear wherever the heck she wants, bro. The story of the Kuchisake onna just isn't scary right now. Because you don't know her very well. That was Shuji's honest opinion. However, calmly pointing this out would only upset the leader of the pack. Shuji would not do something that stupid. If you're that worried for me, hurry up and tell me the correct answer. What's that? Let me think about it. Do you guys know the correct answer before we move on? Do you? Do you really? Goto grins as he sucks on the jelly stick candy that he bought at the candy store. What is a jelly stick candy? I can't even imagine. Like, jelly is soft. Candy is hard. Moving on. All right. Can't say no to ya, buddy. Let me tell ya. Goto says with a snort. Just like Shuji hoped, Goto is in high spirits. You've got to throw pomade at her. That's how you pronounce it, isn't it? I've never in my life seen this word before this legend, and the Japanese is pomade. So, pomade? That's how I'm pronouncing it. You mean that pomade? No, that one. Yeah, even if you don't have any on ya, words work too. You gotta shout it like this. Pomade! Must have pomade? What? Pomade for you too. Why am I hawking hair gel? What? Every time Goto says the word pomade, he strikes a goofy pose. Shuji bowls over laughing at Goto. All the while, his thoughts are occupied by something else. Same. I wonder what pomade is. It's something he's never heard of before. Just like me, before this legend. If it's something smelly that girls would hate being thrown at them, Shuji can only think of rags used to clean up spilt milk. Ew, that is admittedly rather stinky. What show-offs relish most is the look of surprise on the faces of people listening to them. However, sufficient knowledge about the subject is first needed for one to express their surprise. Things can get especially awkward if the topic is supposed to be common sense to people. One without that common knowledge is a spoil sport. What? A spoil sport is a weakling. I don't think that's what a spoil sport is. And the fate that awaits a weakling is to be treated like everyone's underling. Shuji decides to change the topic before Goto finds out that he does not know what pomade is. While he pretends to laugh his head off to appease Goto, he shoots a glance around the park for a different topic. He finds one. Immediately. What is it? Oh hey, Goto! Look at that! Shuji waves Goto over, signaling that he has found something interesting. In the sandpits that glisten under the rays of the summer sun, children from a lower grade play catch. Their iconic hats are secured with a string that goes under their chins. Yes? Isn't that quite something? I don't have the energy to run around like that anymore. Aren't these kids like 12? Ah, I feel ya. Totally get that. Swinging around the now empty wrapping of the jelly stick candy, Goto agrees with Shuji's careful words. This is written very verbose, like a visual novel. When I was their age, I could run around like that just fine. Oh, how I have aged. Bruh. Come talk to me, then we can talk. And to think we'll be middle schoolers in just 2 years. Wait, they're still in elementary school? Oh gosh. Whoa. Dude. Time does fly. I'm gonna be an old man in no time. Goto makes a sour face. Speaking of old men, Goto continues on with a joke, seemingly having forgotten about the pomade. Talking about getting old is a topic that everyone, regardless of gender, can get behind. What? Having succeeded in changing the topic, Shuji can finally eat his ice cream in peace. Wait, he's been holding an ice cream all this time? Eat it! It's gonna melt. The shrill buzzing of wings tickles Shuji's ears. I'm gonna admit this right now. About visual novels, one thing that bothers me a lot is this type of vocabulary usage. The shrill buzzing of wings tickles Shuji's ears. Unless the wings are literally inside his ears tickling him. This is just a really strange choice and I don't like it. A swarm of mosquitoes has gathered under the shadow of the camphor tree. Is that how that's pronounced? The only shaded area in the park. No matter how many mosquitoes Shuji crushes, more cluster around his exposed arm. Truth be told, all Shuji wanted was to stay at home and draw. It's not because of the heat outside. Shuji simply enjoys drawing on his own a lot more, same. Still, it is precisely for the sake of his hobby that he is playing outside. In the eyes of active countryside boys, drawing, like playing house or playing with dolls, is girls' play. Shuji's a boy, yet he does girly things. Should word of that get out, he'll be next in line to be bullied. Just assert dominance. Drawing is cool. To Shuji, engaging in outdoor play with an active boy like Goto is a necessary chore to keep his love for art a secret. I can't say I ever noticed this in Japan. Boys loved art. Girls loved art. Everyone loved art. Nobody got picked on because they could draw something good. Or bad, even. Ugh, this heat is killing me. Why ain't summer vacation here yet? Is he supposed to be from Osaka or something? I'd like to see what dialect he uses in the Japanese. School will be out in 2 days. Just hang in there. But there's definitely going to be loads of homework. Shuji, you gotta help me. No way. Shuji denies flatly, as he should. Goto also knows that he would not get a straight answer. His plan is to get Shuji to share his answers nearer the start of the school term. Shuji does not tell Goto that would be impossible. He will be moving on the last day of school before summer vacation starts. Goto is not the only one who is unaware. Shuji has not told a single classmate. Oh, well, that sucks. There is nothing more troublesome than having others throw a farewell party for him. Oh, I hear that. Every time I've left a country, there was no party. I don't like them. After all, his existence will be forgotten in a month's time. Communications will suddenly cease, no matter how close they had become. Oh, these truth bombs. It only makes it difficult for Shuji when he has to react to the superficial sadness that the other kids display at farewell parties. Oh, getting right to the heart of the matter. Dang. Ooh, my glossary has updated. Why? With a straight face, Shuji inspects his ice cream stick. Nope, no words can be seen. Aw, he lost. Never any luck getting another ice cream, it seems. Same, I never once won another ice cream. They get you get the, what do they call them, atari? Written on the sticks. If you get that, then you get another free ice cream. I sadly never got one. Snack time is over. Now he must play. It's so hot. Shall we buy water balloons and start a war? Oh, yeah, let's go. Here, war simply refers to them hurling water balloons at each other. It continues until someone gets tired and says, let's stop. Nice and simple. And the game is only complete when one gets home drenched and gets an earful from their parents. We ain't got no money, plus it's boring if it's just the two of us. Goto doesn't seem to be on board with this idea. Shuji has no intention of pursuing a water balloon war either. You've got a point there. So, what shall we do? My glossary is saving. Can I move? Do anything? Back to the book. Nah. You use those crayfish as bait to catch other crayfish. Wow, you'll have an endless supply of crayfish. Amazing. Wait, what were we just talking about? You've never caught crayfish before. You really are a city kid, aren't ya? If you don't toughen up, you won't survive, you know? This is really difficult to read out loud how he speaks. As Goto lifts his arms as if to show off his dark tan. What? His face suddenly freezes, mouth open. Climbing over the guardrails that keep bicycles out, a pair of sisters make their way into the park. Hello there. The younger girl is not even of elementary school age. She has on a yellow hat and a t-shirt with characters from an anime targeted at adolescent girls. She carries a yellow plastic bucket and her pink sandals drag along the floor as she walks. Just looking at her is enough to make anyone fear that she might trip. The elder sister hangs on to the younger girl's hand firmly to prevent that from happening. The elder girl, who is quite tall, has on a pink and white striped tank top and a skirt that stops above her knee. I'm going to be honest, I really don't give a shit what she's wearing. Her black hair falls neatly at her shoulders, and her stern features are framed by glasses. It is a face that Shuji knows well. It's Nami. Yeah, I wonder what business the girls have being outdoors on such a hot day. How dare they go outside? How dare they? Must be taking care of her little sis. Her family's been living in a humongous house for generations. She's a princess even though she dresses like that. Goto probably meant it in a teasing manner, but hints of jealousy and even respect ooze from his voice. Ooze. Nami is in 5th grade, same as Shuji. In their school, where there is only one class per grade, I worked at a school like that, Nami is their class president. Her smart appearance, complete with glasses, is completely in line with her dependable character. Shuji has an aversion to such dependable characters. Whenever Shuji changed schools, there would always be that one kid who would trip over themselves to try and look after him, but they all naturally stopped after a month or so. Maybe because you're a raging douchebag. Nami, however, has been meddling in Shuji's affairs ever since he moved into this town half a year ago, and when boys get close to girls, unnecessary conflicts will definitely arise. Please, you're like 10. To Shuji, who just wanted to live his days in peace, Nami's thoughtfulness was nothing but an inconvenience. As far as possible, he wanted to have nothing to do with her at all. "Someone's a goody two-shoes, even at home, eh?" Goto says teasingly, purposefully raising his voice so Nami could hear. Just as expected, Nami turns, her glasses glistening menacingly. Sure. With no regard that her skirt might flip upwards, Nami stomps over to the boys. She shoves a slender finger at them. Oh, I thought that was going somewhere else. The momentum was so great that Shuji thought for a moment that their eyeballs would get poked out. "Hey, you ain't supposed to buy snacks when you're outside on your own." Nami's eyes become even more piercing under her glasses. Shuji feels like her shrill voice is cutting into his eardrums. "You know very well that it's against the school rules. I'm gonna tell the teacher." "Shut it, won't ya? Can't you stop carrying out your duties as class president on our day off? How annoying." Goto replies nastily, grinning all the while. Despite his words, he seemed to be enjoying himself thoroughly. "It don't matter whether it's a school day or not. If you're a student, you gotta abide by the school rules." "Wow, how lame. What do you think, Shuji?" "Well, it's her job, I guess." Shuji shrugs. Nami's expression turns even grimmer. Grimmer. "If you guys ain't doing anything wrong, I wouldn't have to say nothing." "When did we do anything wrong? What hour? What minute? What second? At which count of the Earth's rotation?" "Right now!" Nami thunders. Goto loves to use words that would get on Nami's nerves. I think all of these kids need a nice slap upside the head. Shuji forces a smile and removes himself from the childish exchange. He has no intention of taking sides. He just wants to step aside and watch them from a distance. "Shuji, let's leave the noisy one alone." Goto stuffs his hands in his pockets and starts to walk away, as if he has had enough of fooling around with Nami. "Let's get some drinks at the Miyagawa store." "Sounds good." "Hey, are you guys gonna buy snacks again?" "Shut up. We're out of here." At Goto's words, Shuji follows suit and runs after Goto. "Hold it right there." A shriek follows them from behind. I'm going to be very honest. I thought I was getting ghost stories. Where are they? The Miyagawa candy store is situated right in front of the park. Capsule machines glimmer under the summer sun. Some of the plastic parts have been bleached from overexposure to sunlight. Look at that old store. I lived in a place just like that. Not the store, in a place that had stores like that. To the right side of the store is a game corner of about 40 square feet, surrounded by zinc-plated sheets of metal. Why is it necessary to know that they're covered in zinc? Some younger elementary school boys have gathered to play fighting games. Their sun-tanned bodies crawl all over each other. Who approved that sentence? Hoping to steal a peek at the screen of the small gaming machine. Seriously, who approved that sentence? Upon entering the store, the air cooled by the bare concrete floor caresses their sweaty legs. Not enjoying where this story's heading, or rather the language being used. There is a fridge packed with drinks and a freezer filled with ice cream. Standing side by side, they emit a blunt whirring noise. Whirr. Opening the fridge, Shuji takes a green drink packaged in soft plastic, then enters the store. Shelves, arranged in a reversed letter E, display bubblegum, mini cup noodles, and candy of various shapes and sizes. Old plastic models, toy guns, skipping ropes, and other toys hang haphazardly from the ceiling and the walls. My glossary keeps updating. Near the only wall without shelves is an old desk, which is being used in place of a cash register. In between a small cash box and a fortune cat statue, Maneki Neko, that has lost an ear, a pile of brown cloth lies, moving up and down minutely. What? This drink, please. The pile of cloth unfurls. I'm so confused. Welcome. Welcome. The round pile emits a creepy horse cackle. Someone likes Resident Evil. It is the old lady who owns the candy store. Granny Detta. The elementary school students have dubbed her Granny Miyagawa. She is sitting with her knees folded neatly, beneath her on a chair. But it appears as though she is sitting on the low desk. I'm so confused. She is dressed in her usual brown kimono. A book lies in her lap, but no one has ever seen the book open. Ah yes, an intelligent woman. She sits motionless, with her face towards the ground. At first glance, it is hard to tell if she is awake or asleep. She sits so still that no one would notice if she had died. Even the one-eared fortune cat statue on the desk seems to be more alive than she is, because it just wants money. But woe betide those who let their guard down around her. Woe betide those! All those kids fear Granny Miyagawa, even though she may seem to be a bit senile and harmless at first sight. Once, a few years back, a cheeky kid stuffed a piece of gum into his pocket. Granny Miyagawa was sitting at the desk as usual, rocking back and forth with her head down. She looked to be completely asleep. However, the very moment that the kid tried to exit the store, Granny Miyagawa effortlessly leaped over the desk and grabbed his arm. Yeah, you show him who's boss. With unimaginable strength, Granny Miyagawa used her thin stick-like arms to put his arms into a firm hold and dragged him all the way to school. Throughout the entire journey, Granny Miyagawa never got mad, nor did she scold the kid, who had been apologizing profusely, with tears and snot running down his face. It is said that she was laughing gleefully all the way. I like her already. That'll be 50 yen. She must have had the same gleeful expression on while she was dragging the cheeky kid to school. An old washcloth is laid out on the desk. Shuji places the 5 10-yen coins that he had in his coin pouch onto the piece of cloth. Thank you. Granny giggles again. Upon meeting her eyes, Shuji feels as though the temperature of the store had plunged several degrees. If it's summer, that would be something good. Shuji gives a quick bow and escapes from the store. Phew. Shuji feels somewhat relieved at the warm, humid air that clings to his body. Ha! At it again, are ya? Outside the store, a fierce-looking Nami awaits them. Standing beside Shuji, a smirk appears on Goto's face. It seems like Goto had decided not to buy anything. You're on your own this time, suggests the smirk. Better this than collapsing from the heat, I guess. Making excuses now? How horrid. You're always so cocky, Shuji. You'll definitely get burned someday. Yeah. You've been this way ever since you moved here, haven't ya? If you don't behave, you'll definitely get scolded. Yeah. Ugh, I'm really gonna get mad this time. Shuji casts a sideways glance at Nami's face. Her expression is growing darker by the second, spurred on by Shuji's insincere responses. He flips his packet of juice upside down and bites down on the bottom end of the plastic. Originally, kids were meant to drink from the tip of the packet after removing the silver foil, but as the liquid tended to spill over when the packet was opened that way, everyone would create a hole in the bottom and drink from there. Anything that green has got to be bad for your body. There's definitely loads of additives and stuff. It's not my problem if you die early, Nami says in a triumphant tone, pointing at the neon green liquid. But it's really good. Don't you want to try? I don't need it, Nami replies. But there's no way she doesn't want a cold drink under this scorching sun. Shuji sees Nami's expression falter and presses further. If you want a sip, answer this. What should one do to escape the Kuchisake Onna? Nami gives a puzzled look at Shuji's sudden pop quiz, but it quickly morphs into a cocky grin. How's she gonna answer? Hard candy. Indeed. That's what I said. Hard candy. You throw it at her. Nami reaches into her skirt's pockets and takes out something small. Her skirt has a pocket? How cool. It's a piece of gold-coloured candy, wrapped in cellophane. What is it called again? Bekko ame? Shuji has eaten it a couple of times when he was at his grandmother's place. The candy is sticky, and he does not like how the sweetness lingers in his throat. Anyway, it's clear that it's not pomade. That's it. Nami's dead. Nami frowns at Shuji's mocking tone. Huh? I won't die. You will, because the answer is pomade. Right, Goto? Oh, this boy's about to get schooled. Shuji, sorry, but Hard candy works too. You've got to be kidding me. See? Shuji's eyes are round with shock. Nami smiles at him condescendingly. The Kuchisake Onna really loves hard candy. You throw it at her and while she's distracted, you can make a dash for it. But the Kuchisake Onna is even faster than an Olympic athlete, right? She won't come after you if she's distracted by the hard candy. Wow. So Shuji quizzed me thinking that he knew it all. How uncool. Dasai. Nami's voice is full of sarcasm. She slowly reaches over. As promised, I'll be confiscating this. She plucks the drink from Shuji's hands. Get wrecked, boy. Oof. Shuji's face flushes red. The game machine nearby emits the sounds of a finishing blow and says in a deflated mechanical voice, You lose. Cheer up, Shuji. There was nothing you could have done. Do you know a lot about scary stories, Goto? Oh, can we get into it now? Ah, well, more or less. Maybe I do. Goto nods as he leans back against a bollard. What the heck is a bollard? Taking a sip of the drink she took from Shuji, Nami starts. Well then, what do you know about this? Is it true that the Hina Doll Festival was originally a ceremony of sacrifice? Goto sniffs haughtily and puts on a smug look. He must be really happy about being consulted. That's true. It's said that dolls would be released into the river as a scapegoat, so as to protect girls from disease. The timing of this, I think, tomorrow's? Is it tomorrow? No, not tomorrow, Friday. This Friday's Twilight Syndrome is an episode that is exactly based on this. Huh. Nice. Don't miss it. A scapegoat then. I'm not sure if scapegoat is the word they're looking for here. It's like a substitute. Anyway, I hear that it's still practiced in the countryside. From Goto's tone, one can tell that he is not aware that the town they are in would in fact be considered as countryside. Why do you ask? Because I heard from my grandma that if the human does bad things, the doll would come back and take the place of the person who released it into the river. Whew. I've never heard that before. It's just a story that Grandma told me, so I thought it was just an old legend. Say, you're not scared, are you, Nami? Goto tries to latch onto the weakness that Nami has shown, but he swings and misses. Don't assume I'm the same as Shuji. Oh, get wrecked. Nami says in a condescending tone, as if she were speaking to a younger child. This is the main reason why Shuji hates Nami. That's my line. Don't lump me together with Nami. That works out just fine. Ya stay away from me. I wouldn't. Ugly face. Even your insults are preschool level. Haven't you got anything better to say? Get on my level, boy. The heat from the summer winds seems to intensify around the arguing duo. The younger boys who have moved from the game corner to the candy store are staring. Oh yeah, speaking of the Hina dolls, Goto interrupts loudly. I remember now. I've got a really scary story to tell. Goto quickly steps between the two. Have you ever heard of the story of the ghost called the Tsun? The Tsun. Can't say I have. The Tsun. Nami and Shuji chorus in unison. They glare at each other as if to say, how dare you say the same thing? It's the ghost of a kid which appears in school in the evening. He was locked up at home and then killed. He ain't aware that he's dead, so he goes to school to look for playmates. When the sun has set halfway, you go to the boys' toilets on the 3rd floor and knock on the innermost cubicle door thrice. Who the heck says thrice? Then you recite, Tsun Tsun, let's play Yuoni. Goto pauses abruptly. He surveys their expressions, then continues slowly. If all goes well, you'll hear a voice from within the cubicle. It'll say, found ya. And when you come out of the toilet, it'll be evening time. Ah, so is this one that they made up for the game because Yuoni? Before Nami can blurt out that it made no sense, Goto continues. I say evening, but it's not your normal evening time. Ah, it's the world of the dead. The netherworld. And come evening time, the Tsun will appear. It'll invite you to play a game with it. If you win, it'll grant your wish. If you're dead, ain't it impossible to get your wish granted? Nami interrupts. Well, you ain't dead yet. This English is really hard to read. I wish they had not written it like a dialect. You'll be in a state between life and death, and if you win the game, you'll make it back alive. What kind of game is it? It's called Yuoni. Shuji takes a slow gulp in an effort to hide how unsettled he is before asking in a confident tone. That's like tag, right? It's completely different, Goto denies promptly. Oh? You must mean another game then. Even though Shuji quickly tries to pass it off as a slip of his memory, it was too late. The memory of Nami saying how uncool hammers back at him coldly. Yuoni is like a treasure hunt. To win, you gotta find the hidden treasure and bring it to the goal. The Tsun is it. If you get caught by the Tsun before reaching the finishing point, you lose. And if you lose, you'll be trapped in the evening forever. The twilight? I've never heard that story before. Nami cocks her head to the side. Goto must have been happy that Nami was reacting exactly the way he expected her to. He raises his voice slightly. Right? It's not that well known yet. But, Goto, this doesn't have anything to do with Hina dolls, right? Goto nods at Shuji's question as if he had been waiting for it. The treasure of the treasure hunt is a Hina doll. But why? Nami asks, clearly suspicious. I mentioned that Hina dolls were originally used as a scapegoat, yeah? It's the same here. Goto's eyes glimmer in satisfaction. Did you just make that up? Not at all. It's real. A relative of my elder brother's friend was, in fact, done in by the Tsun and has gone missing. Goto explains in a flustered manner. His eyes swim, telling a different story. Ugh, girls. In his heart, Shuji lets out a huge sigh. If the story is proved false here, Goto will feel humiliated. Nami would feel good if she exposes Goto's lie, but the one who would have to deal with a moody Goto and his hurt pride would be none other than Shuji. Hey Goto, if you wanted to return back to the real world after meeting the Tsun, couldn't you just say no to playing the game? That wouldn't work. Goto's face lights up at Shuji's words. If you say no to playing the game, you'll be killed on the spot. So, if you summon it, you'll have no choice but to play. Also, if you've played with it once, the Tsun will come for you every evening after that. So, in order to escape, you'd have to wish that the Tsun would never come back for you. That's right. At the end of it all, you wouldn't get your true wish granted anyway. I see. Ho ho. Shuji pretends to be in awe at Goto's story, while keeping an eye on Nami's reaction. Nami, as usual, looks at Shuji condescendingly. Boys will never grow up. That is what Nami must be thinking, completely unaware that her big mouth was the thing that triggered this exchange. But Shuji can't blame Nami. Nami may seem mature, but she is ultimately an elementary school girl. She wouldn't be able to understand what goes on in boys' heads, let alone what is going on in Shuji's. Let me say this. If the story is, as what Goto has said, it doesn't make sense, says Nami. It's almost like Nami had sensed the victory dance that Shuji was doing deep in his heart. Her voice is ice cold. If you win, you can come back, but if you lose, you can't. So, where's the proof that you can't come back if you lose? If you can't come back, there's no way to tell anyone that. Asking the hard-hitting questions. Well, Goto's eyes start to swim again. Cold sweat starts to break out on the back of Shuji's neck. Nami looks at the two, her eyes as cold as the logic she has laid out. Oh, she is cold as ice. And she is gloating. Well, I can't say for sure, but the story that a friend of my brother's friend is missing is true. This translation is a little awkward. Goto starts to get agitated and breathes heavily through his nose. Shuji pats his shoulder lightly to try and calm him down. Let's leave it at that, Goto. Since Nami has chosen not to believe, when she gets attacked by the Tsun, we just won't go to her rescue. What? Even if the Tsun does exist, I'd be the one doing the rescuing and I wouldn't go to your rescue either. "You brats." Suddenly, an angry voice strikes like a bolt of lightning. Granny, beloved Granny, who was supposed to be inside the store, is now standing at the entrance. Even though she is bent over at the waist, Granny Miyagawa crosses the road with shocking speed. Her normally droopy, wrinkled eyes are alight with fire. She is obviously glaring at them in anger. "Come here, all three of ya." Granny Miyagawa's thin arms, covered in wrinkles, reach over to Nami, who is closest to her. "Eek!" Nami flings her arm away with a gasp. Oya oya? That... Did you hear that? That pulled me away from the book by itself, by the way. I didn't do that. But that does seem like the perfect time to end this episode. That took a little bit to get going, but now I am intrigued. So this Tsun, the ghost they've created in the Yuoni ritual, whatever you want to call it, seems a little interesting. I would like to find out more. I don't see anything. Like literally over here I don't see anything, it's just black. Alright, we will end this episode here. I'm excited to delve in and find a little more. I like the atmosphere and obviously I like the stories. Hey, am I just standing on my desk? Oh, there's nothing up there. Alright, but yeah, we will end this episode here. And I will see you again next time. See ya. Welcome back. We're continuing straight where we ended the last one. The impact must have been greater than expected. Granny rolls backwards with a little moan. Hey, Nami. I'm sorry. Nami apologizes and immediately makes a run for the park. Oh, Granny is gonna beat her ass. Goto chases after her. Shuji hesitates. Unsure of whether or not to leave the fallen Granny Miyagawa alone, Shuji wavers. Is she Turbo Granny? Are you alright? Shuji inches towards Granny cautiously. Smack! Get wrecked. All of a sudden, Granny Miyagawa grabs him by the ankle. Eek! Her hands are cold and dry. An icy pain, indeed, follows as her nails dig into Shuji's skin. It's a strong grip that shouldn't belong to such an old granny. Y'all have you no idea what you're talking about. Sorry. Shuji wrenches his leg out of Granny Miyagawa's grasp. In the next instant, he is running towards the park as fast as his legs will carry him. Come on, Turbo Granny. Shuji sits at the entrance, tying his shoelaces. He checks his school bag, making sure the forms his mother told him to submit are safely tucked inside. All set. I'm off, Mum. I lived in an apartment that looked just like that. Shuji calls towards the entrance hall before shutting the door. The house is empty as his mother has already left for work. This had been Shuji's daily routine from half a year ago before he moved into this house and remains a habit he can't get rid of. He descends the rusty stairs and makes his way to the main road through the narrow alley. The number of cars that drive through is few. Water rushes through canals deep enough to fit an adult, flowing into the rice fields that stretches out on the left and right. Being used to attending school with a group, walking to school on his own still makes him feel lonely. That feeling gradually fades away as he hears a chorus of "Good mornings!" and sees the thickening line of school children making their way to school, wearing their bright yellow hats. All of this will change when he moves again. Aww. Shuji inhales deeply. The warm, moist air tickles his nostrils. Your nostrils and ears really need to stop being tickled, boy. The thick scent of mud fills the air. It's probably from the rice fields or the surrounding mountains, or maybe even both. Shuji slowly exhales. Although he has already gotten used to this place, he sometimes can't help but think that this town is way more rural than where he previously lived, or even the town where his grandma lives. Good morning! A loud voice booms across the street. Ugh, it's the morning man, says someone mockingly. The morning man? A grown man stands. Oh man, this looks exactly like where I lived, holy cat. A grown man stands in the middle of the intersection, one of the few which have actual traffic lights. It is a peculiar sight. He is barefoot, wearing a short-sleeved shirt and shorts. The pitiful strands of long white hair left on his head whip around wildly with his booming, "Good morning! Ohayou gozaimasu!" The man's polite but jarring greeting is directed towards each and every child who walks past him. If a pair walks by, he greets twice. If it's a trio, he will greet thrice, and so on. They really like that word, don't they? Thrice. Even if they come from 3 different directions, he never fails to greet each child with a loud, "Good morning!" Shuji has heard rumors of a group of 10 schoolchildren who tried to walk past him all at once, but he greeted them all at unbelievable speed, successfully greeting all of them at one go. What could we call him in Japanese? Aisatsu Jiji. "Good morning!" The morning man hurls out a greeting as Shuji meets his eyes. Shuji can see the saliva dripping from between his chipped front teeth. Ew, creating a stain on his shirt. Why are his teeth chipped? Get that fixed, man. The morning man stares at Shuji intensely. Even as he dips his head in greeting, the smile never fades. Shuji averts his eyes and leaves hurriedly, like everyone else. It is best to keep a distance from strange people. Indeed. Truer words never spoken. "Good morning, sir." From behind, Shuji hears a different voice. "Good morning, Shuji." He looks back and sees a tall girl in glasses greeting him in the exact same tone she used to greet the morning man. It's Nami. The yellow hat perched on her head is as straight as a ruler, and her school bag is adjusted to fit tightly against her upright back. "Aren't you scared of him, Nami? It's common sense to return greetings," Nami says, as if Shuji had been rude. Because he has been. Well, sometimes common sense just doesn't work with some people. Shuji looks back to observe the morning man. He shows not a whit of interest in Nami, who was the only person to return his greeting, and bellows, "Good morning!" to a couple of younger girls who pass by, startling them. Those kind of people are called pedophiles. Oh. Wow, this escalated. The man's just saying good morning. They kidnap and kill children. What? I bet that's the kind of person who would join crazy cults spraying poisonous gas around. And Nami gives a loud sigh. You really don't know anything, do ya? Seriously, that's a bit of a jump. Just because the man is saying hello. Like, there's lots of people in Japan that stand on corners and say hello to the kids as they walk by. It's called community. She stops in her tracks, giving Shuji a reproachful look, as if to say he should know better. You know, that man used to be really scary in the past. He lives in Maze Alley. Ooh, I'm intrigued. Where is Maze Alley? Maze Alley is an old rundown corner of the town. Unpaved alleys are divided by drains and abandoned buildings crisscross in such a complex manner that is literally like a maze. Literally. It is also popular among the children as the perfect place for an intense game of tag. And it used to be that if you made too much noise, he would come flying out to get you. If you got caught, you would have gotten a good knock on the head and a vicious scolding. But one day, that stopped and he became really nice to us kids. Nami looks back at the morning man, jet black hair swaying with the motion, and continues. He started giving out candy and tries really hard to play with us. Phrasing? He must have reflected on his actions. The greetings must also be his way of trying to look out for us. So you're saying he is a good person now because he gives out sweets. I think he's even more dangerous now. I told ya, he isn't dangerous. Why won't ya understand? Maze Alley is that row of houses in front of the fields, right? I haven't been caught by him yet. Nami heaves another sigh. How do you heave a sigh? That's because ya only moved in this year. The morning man changed his ways about 7 years ago. 7 years ago? We were just 3 years old then. Upon saying this, Shuji comes to a realization. Nami, you talk like you know everything, but isn't all this just from what you've heard the grown-ups say? So what? She replies boldly. You are a bold one. Her expression remains cool and she looks at Shuji in a condescending manner, as if he were a little kid who wouldn't shut up about petty things. But that's the truth. Besides, it's also true you don't have a clue about it either. Excuse me. Nami closes in on Shuji, drawing her face close to his. She is so close that he can smell the miso soup she had for breakfast on her breath. Oh, that's gross. That's way too close. Well, I don't really care either way. Overwhelmed, Shuji takes a step back. You tell me not to act like a know-it-all, but you sound like one. I have no idea what you're talking about. Nami looks away with a huff and takes off up the slope leading towards the school. Her bag jangles loudly behind her. Beyond the slope, that is a big school. A school building, shrouded by trees and guarded by a turquoise fence. That's fabulous. Comes into sight. It is a 2-story wooden building. Even under bright sunlight, it looks chilly. But this wooden building is no longer in use. It's the old school building. There's always an old school building. Shuji's classroom is in the 3-story building made out of reinforced concrete, further in from the school gate. Unlike schools in the city, classes are held in a single building as there is only one class per grade. One of the schools that I taught at had one class per grade and there were like up to 20 kids in a class. It was a really small school and the building was much smaller than this one. Like most elementary schools, the grounds are alive with boys engaging in a game of dodgeball and girls riding their unicycles in the shade. Oh, this truth. Shuji sprints towards the school grounds to try and join the dodgeball game. As usual, there is a teacher standing in front of the school gates. It isn't rare for a teacher to stop students to have a word with them, but when that student is Nami, something is definitely amiss. There are some students who would go over to the teachers to tease and joke with them for fun, but Nami isn't like that. Also, she is the last person who would be called over for misconduct. What on earth could they be talking about? Shuji wonders. He's curious, but senses that he would gain nothing from sticking his nose into their business. "Good morning," he greets and tries to walk past nonchalantly, but the teacher beckons him over. "Hey, Okada, good timing. Come over for a second." Shuji's heart skips a beat. Getting called over by the teacher could only mean trouble, but ignoring him isn't an option either. "What is it?" "I believe you and Goto got along well." "Well, yeah, I guess." "Have you heard?" But that could mean anything, and Shuji didn't know what the teacher expected of him. In Goto-related news, all Shuji had was how he hadn't stopped Goto from releasing 30 frogs into the girls' bathroom. Where the heck did that boy get 30 frogs? That is actually impressive. But he had already gotten scolded for it 3 days ago. Shuji searches the teacher's face. He sports a crew cut and has beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Shuji takes a quick glance at Nami. She looks as puzzled as Shuji feels. The teacher must have asked her the same question. "Well, if you haven't heard anything, that's all right." The teacher looks away after patting down his polo shirt's collar, folds his thick arms once more. Shuji gets the message. No questions allowed. "Well then, please excuse me." Nami bows and walks away briskly. Shuji follows suit. "Bye, sir." Grown-ups only care about getting their business done. How unfair. Well, if they want to prevent children from feeling anxious, they should be careful about how they ask questions. Shuji feels anxiety taking root in his heart. That is very true. Goto and him got along well. To be honest, Shuji only tagged along with Goto for protection, but to the disinterested teacher, it probably looked like they were good friends. Hopefully he wouldn't get into trouble just because of that. Saving. What on earth has Goto gotten himself into this time? Shuji looks over to the school grounds. Goto, who normally would be there enthusiastically playing dodgeball, is nowhere in sight. Did the tsun get him? Oh, that sound takes me back. The classroom is even hotter than the school grounds. Only the library and the teacher's lounge are air-conditioned. Oh, this truth. In the classroom, there are only 2 ancient fans. The building, the school that I worked in, well, I worked in several, several old ones, they had no fans whatsoever. Japanese summers, I say this as an Australian, are hot. They are humid. You feel like you are drowning in the air. It is stinking hot. And I was in like old concrete and wooden buildings and they were just stinking hot and no fans. And if you were lucky, the teacher's room was the only place that had air conditioning, and so the kids spent most of their summer finding excuses to go and talk to teachers. The fans are only turned on during class. Students fan themselves with their textbooks, but it's of no use, oh yeah. What's more, they are banned from doing so while the teacher does roll call. Even sitting still makes them sweat buckets, yep. No matter how much sweat pours down, their heads still feel like they are roasting in an oven. The only areas which feel a bit cooler are where their damp clothes stick to their backs and bellies. That does not feel cooler. That just feels gross. The cicadas hum monotonously, a sweet lullaby to the students' drowsy ears. Most of them have already lost focus in the persistent heat. Yep. Every day they dream about how wonderful it would be to just put their heads down on the desk and sleep. And that is just wishful thinking. Anyone who tries is punished by the teacher during roll call. Shuji tries to keep awake by rolling his eyes in all directions and pinching his own thighs. While doing so, he sneaks a peek at the seat beside him. Goto's seat, on Shuji's right, remains unoccupied. Is he absent today? What a lucky guy. Ueno, here! Nami responds from the front row. 5 more people until Shuji's name is called. Shuji tries everything to keep his eyes open, even going as far as to use his fingers to push his eyelids wide open. And then it happens. Ooh. An adult scream pierces through the hallway. Immediately, the class becomes silent. Tick-tock, tick-tock. The ticking of the second hand on the clock resounds throughout the classroom. A shiver runs up Shuji's neck, shocking his consciousness in an icy awareness. The humming of the cicadas feels distant. What was that? Someone whispers under their breath. Whispers slowly spread throughout the class, rippling like waves. They clash and merge, becoming louder. Everyone, calm down. The teacher bellows, but even his voice holds an uncertain quiver. The other teachers are probably already investigating the matter, so there's nothing to worry about. Understood? The teacher surveys the class slowly. The whispers fade as if muffled by an invisible cloth. The teacher waits for the class to subside before opening the attendance book to continue roll call. At that moment, the door to the classroom opens. Sorry, could you come over for a little? At the door was the principal, with his thinning hair combed across like a barcode. Barcode Baldy. What's wrong, sir? Actually... The principal falters, wiping his almost bare head with his handkerchief. Shuji doesn't miss the principal's wrinkled eyes flickering across the rows of the desks inside the classroom. Just come quickly, please. Right away. Don't step out of this classroom, you hear me? Without waiting for a reply, the teacher runs off hurriedly after the principal. So much for not running in the corridors. Pretty sure during an emergency, that's okay. The moment the teacher disappears from sight, the class bursts into chatter. What was that? Something must be up if the principal is here. Could it be terrorists? Whoa, that'd be just like in the movies. That reminds me, in Japanese schools, they have this big, I don't know what to call it, it's like the intruder stick. It's a massive, like 2, nearly 3 meter long pole. And at the end, it has like a fork that you can trap a human in. And it's all spiky. So, like if somebody comes into the school, the principal or one of the teachers, whoever's in the teacher's room, can grab it from behind the principal's desk and run out and stick the intruder to the wall until the police come. I was absolutely fascinated the first time I saw it. I was like, what the heck is that? It's to stop intruders. Terrorists don't come to elementary schools. What if it's a pedophile? What is this game's obsession with pedophiles? No way, that's so scary. They are the creep. Oh my god. We're moving on. Theories fly to and fro. The kids are thoroughly enjoying the ruckus. Hey, let's go take a look, a boy chirps. A few others agree. Bam! Someone bangs their desk loudly. The teacher said to stay put. Nami glares at the boys, still seated in her seat right in front of the teacher's table. Her voice is as stern as her intense stare. The boys' eyes shift nervously. Yeah, I know. I wasn't being serious. The boys who were already at the door retreat back into the classroom sullenly. Huh? Suddenly, one of the boys who had been watching the far end of the corridor dashes out. Hey! Nami yells angrily. It's Goto! Yo! A familiar rough voice rings through the classroom. What you doing there? Ain't class still going on? Well, something happened, so the teacher left. Did you notice anything on your way here, Goto? Nope. Nothing at all. Everything's as usual. Everything is as usual. And along with those words from the same old Goto. Ooh. A window facing the corridor shatters with great sound. Glass scatters everywhere and high-pitched screams reverberate throughout the classroom. Goto, same old Goto, is standing in the corridor, swinging a metal bat. Ooh. Oh, he's angry. Another window shatters and more shrieks erupt. A third window shatters and then a fourth. One by one, the windows are broken. As each window breaks, the students, huddled closely together, let out terrified screams. "What are you doing, you idiot? Someone call the teacher! Let's escape from the window! We can't! This is the 3rd floor!" Some hurl abuse at Goto. Others debate about how best to escape. There are some who try to reason with Goto and others who tell them that it's useless. Every single voice wavers with tears. The door opens and Goto enters the classroom. Everyone is scared stiff. "What you doing, guys? Huddling near the window? Playing a new game?" Goto grins widely as he stands in front of the door, the metal bat resting on his shoulders. He wears the same old smile which lights up his entire face. It's all so absurd. What the heck is that sound? Shuji gulps, or tries to. There's nothing to swallow. Faint breaths escape from his parched lips. His heart beats faster every step Goto takes. He feels like it could explode at any second. Without any hesitation, Goto walks to the teacher's desk. When he reaches it, he makes a turn and walks to the back of the classroom. Then he sits down at his own desk. Why does this sound like a frog chorus? Don't you all feel hot sticking together like that? He inquires in the same old cheerful tone, speaking with the same old accent. Shuji can hear what he is saying, knows what he is saying, but fails to comprehend. "Goto, are you okay?" Shuji asks. The words spill forth involuntarily. Goto lets out a laugh. "Course not. It's so dang hot today. I feel like dying. This place needs air conditioning." "Yeah, but..." "Yes, it is indeed scorching hot today." I like that they used indeed. But that's not what he's asking. Shuji can't think straight. Then, Nami speaks. "Goto, why'd you break the windows?" "Oh, that? 'Cause I thought it'd feel good." "You thought that it would feel good?" "Yep." Goto speaks casually. He grabs his bat from where it was leaning beside his table and gives it a light swing. "I thought it'd feel good if I broke them with all my might. And it sure did. Oh, also..." Goto bends over, rummaging through his school bag. This felt good too. He pulls something out of his bag and drops it on the table. The something splatters onto the desk. In that instant, a shriek louder than any other bursts into the air. Is it a head? Ugh. Sitting on the desk is a rabbit's corpse. Oh no. Its disfigured body is covered in dirt and blood and looked as if it had been pummeled over and over. Oh no, that's not okay. You can't come back from that. If not for the long ears, one would have mistaken it for a pile of dirt. Do we really have to look at that in the background? There was no doubt about where the rabbit came from. The only place that one could find rabbits around here was the shed where the school animals were kept. When it was my turn to take care of it, I always dreamed about how good it must feel to hit this fluffy little critter with a bat. What the hell is wrong with you? Upon finishing his sentence, Goto swings his fist down on the lump of flesh and fur. Alright, it's confirmed. We have to get rid of Goto. See? Like this. Cool, huh? It's still warm. Anyone want to try? No? What a waste. Come on, it's awesome. With a fond look in his eyes, Goto hammers into the rabbit again and again, even as blood splatters into his mouth. Ugh. Flesh flies and blood splatters. An eyeball, which had been dislodged from its disintegrating head, rolls off the desk, landing on the floor with a wet splat. "Stop it!" a high-pitched voice shrieks. "Stop it already." It's the same voice, but this time it quivers. "Stop it, Goto. What's wrong with you?" Amidst sniffs and sobs, Nami scolds Goto bluntly. "Why would you do that?" "I just told you. I did it because I wanted to. Ain't nothing wrong with that." There was not a hint of guilt in Goto's voice. In fact, he seems displeased that no one understands. "Oh, come on. Quit fussing. What's the problem? It's not like you're gonna die. Right, Shuji?" "What? Oh, yeah, but..." Shuji is caught off guard by the sudden mentioning of his name. He still can't wrap his mind around the situation. What Goto did was wrong, there's no doubt about it, but fear has silenced him. Who knows what would happen if he actually said it out loud? Goto cocks his head, puzzled at Shuji's hesitation. What's the hold-up, Shuji? Don't tell me you're on Nami's side too. No, it's not that, but... Ah, so that's how it's gonna be. Shuji thinks I'm an idiot too. Huh? Shuji hears a chair being pushed backwards. Suddenly, Shuji feels a sharp blow delivered to his head. Oh. His vision flickers. The cry of a girl which had rung out next to him is distorted. A split second later, he's hit with a searing pain. Shuji hears the clanging sound of something rolling at his feet. He then realizes that Goto has thrown the metal bat at him. Losing control of his body, Shuji falls backwards and the back of his head hits the wall behind him. The shock and pain was so great that he thought his eyeballs would fly out from their sockets. Shuji's strength escapes, with the breath wheezing out of his lungs. He can't move. His vision warps. Sound is distant. He thinks that someone is peering at him. They seem to be saying something. A fuzzy static noise roars through his ears like a TV with bad reception, ebbing and flowing like the waves of the sea. Shuji feels something pressing down on his throat. He can't breathe. He struggles with all his might. However, his limbs refuse to move properly, as if they don't belong to him anymore. A strangled sound creeps forth from the back of Shuji's throat. The static in his ears intensifies. He can feel the violent thumping of his heart in his throat and in his head. Gonna kill you. Goto's so close that Shuji can feel him whispering. Shuji can't open his eyes, but tears still spill forth. His clenched fists are clammy with sweat. I'm dead. With this thought, Shuji's eyeballs roll back under his convulsing eyelids. In the next moment, Shuji feels a sudden release of pressure. The static noise fades, as if someone has pulled the stoppers out of his ears, and Shuji can now faintly make out the commotion in the classroom. Goto! Do you know what you've done? The angry shout of the teacher bursts forth. Shut up! Course I do, Goto answers calmly. Shuji can only see a blur. Shuji can hear Nami calling out from beside him. What is she saying? Her voice gradually grows distant, but Shuji hears her say, Infirmary. Someone help. Before he finally blacks out. Well, that all escalated pretty quickly. The orange sun is setting on the maze. Go forth. Carry your doll all the way to home. Don't forget to burn your doll tonight. Don't forget to let it flow down the river tonight. What shall we do? This is a disaster. Shuji can hear faint voices. However, they are muffled and he can't make out what they're saying. It seems that there are a number of adults talking. This kid's parent is that... That's right. What will they say? This was an accident, but... Shuji recognizes one voice as belonging to the principal. The other voice, that had grown silent upon hearing the word accident, belonged to his homeroom teacher. As his consciousness slowly returns, Shuji starts to feel a dull throbbing at the back of his head. Shuji's vision is hazy, as if he's staring into a blurry photo. He is surrounded by white curtains. Above him is an uncovered fluorescent light, which is fixed onto the ceiling, lined with square tiles. There is a faint scent of detergent in the air. Fighting through the fog of his mind, Shuji realizes that he is in the school infirmary. He sits up and is bombarded by acute pain in his head. It was totally unexpected. Therefore, it is an accident, not a serious incident. The principal speaks again. Their shadows are visible through the curtains. The way the two shadows speak is impersonal. The voices are quiet, but it is clear that they are debating fiercely with each other. We will discuss this in detail during the meeting, but I believe this is the best way to handle the case, for your sake as well. I agree. Their voices grow distant as they leave. Shuji waits for the shadows to completely disappear from the room before slowly opening the curtains. The clock on the top of the medicine cabinet shows that it is already past 10 o'clock. The second period is about to end. Oh my, awake already? Upon hearing the curtains rustling, the school nurse, who had been facing her desk, swivels around to face Shuji. There is a huge lump on your head, so don't touch it too much, okay? As she says this, the nurse taps a spot on her forehead with her pen. Shuji instinctively brushes against the same spot on his forehead. Ow! A terrible jolt of pain runs through Shuji in an instant. He withdraws his hand and then slowly strokes his forehead. A bump, the size of his palm, has formed. He feels the rough texture of the gauze that is covering it. Your teacher just went off to a meeting. You can leave early today. Your things are over there. Wait, they're going to let this boy walk home with a concussion? The school nurse points to a spot next to the bed where his black school bag has been placed. Was everyone all right? Let's see. The nurse taps her pen against the base of her throat while she ponders the question. It seems like she is trying to decide what to tell him. Well, some of your classmates got cuts on their arms and heads from the glass, but you were the only one who was seriously injured. Everyone else is safe, so don't worry. Shuji finds it hard to believe that those were the only casualties. But even if he probes further, it's highly unlikely that she would offer any other details. It must have been terrible, she adds. You were good friends with Goto, right? Yeah, I guess so. I see. The nurse presses the tip of her pen into the indent below her lower lip and lets out a deep breath as if considering something. You aren't waiting for anyone, are you? You are the last person to leave, so I'm checking just in case. She continues speaking as she gathers the documents on her desk. I think there won't be classes tomorrow either. Just stay at home until you get word from your teacher. Okay. This is for your own good. I hope you don't get caught up in anything strange. The teachers will explain everything to your parents, but this isn't an excuse to go and play. Do your homework properly, okay? The nurse admonishes Shuji as she catches he smirking. That made the situation even more amusing to him. After all, grown-ups just don't understand anything. A delicious smell wafts from the lunch preparation room towards the entrance of the school. School lunches were the best. There, as Shuji changes into his outdoor shoes, the recess bell rings. The sound of chairs scraping against the floor can be heard from all over the school. Soon, students will probably dash out of the classrooms, wanting to make the most out of recess. Wearing his hat loosely, so as not to let it graze against the bump on his head, Shuji leaves school. The sun's rays have increased in intensity, enveloping him in an uncomfortable heat. The incessant chirping from the cicadas drones on unpleasantly in his ears. The crossroads, normally filled with voices and yellow hats before and after school, is now empty. It might be his imagination, but it feels wider than it was this morning. The high-pitched engine noise of a motorcycle travelling in the distance, along with the smell of freshly cut grass, wafts in the air. Despite the chirping of the cicadas being almost unbearably loud, they now somehow blend into the summer scenery. Why are you spacing out? A sudden noise cuts through the calm. Nami looks over from the shadow of a telephone pole. She's Kuchisake Onna. She is still carrying her school bag. Didn't you go home? Yeah, I did. I just came out again. Nami deliberately shrugs her shoulders. The textbooks in her school bag bounce and give a thump. I'm going to study in the library. It's cool in there. Shuji is momentarily dumbfounded by her obstinate tone. Think about it, Nami. You can't stay in school if they told you to go home. You'd probably get a good scolding if they find you. A good scolding? Nami's expression darkens. I ain't doing nothing. They've no reason to scold me. But after what happened, that has nothing to do with me. It's not my fault. Absolutely not. No way. Absolutely not, she repeats under her breath. It sounded like she was both trying to convince herself and praying that it was truly so. Immediately, the events from this morning come to mind. The teacher stopping Nami too. It all makes sense if the teacher had known about Goto going crazy. The plot thickens. Goto liked to tease Nami. That was because he had a crush on her. Goto thought that it was a secret, but it was in fact obvious to everyone. Perhaps the teachers and even Nami herself had caught on. Of course, the teacher would have asked Nami about Goto. To the adults, she was the key to this case. As for Nami, she didn't want anyone to think that she had played a part in any of it. I'm definitely right. No doubt about it. I must be doing the correct thing because the adults praise me. That sums up Nami, the model student. Nami and her stupid pride. A spiteful breath slips from his lips. Who cares if she's trying to look good in front of the teachers? If he doesn't stop her now, he might get scolded because the teachers would hold him responsible as well. What? Why would the teachers hold you responsible for that? If you go back now when they find you, you'll be scolded, probably. But why? It's not like I did anything wrong. Well, because when I left, the other classes were still there. There you go. So it's okay to be in school. That means it's not dangerous to be there, right? Adjusting his school bag, Shuji tries his best to choke back his rising laughter. She really doesn't know anything, does she? Not even about why their class was sent home early, nor why the other classes were still in school. What are you laughing at? The laugh he had tried to stifle had escaped. Nami is clearly upset. What a hopeless girl. Oh well, I'll just tell her then, thinks Shuji. Look, the reason why the other classes could stay is because we were the only ones in danger. The teachers said that too, that you're the only one who was seriously injured. Seems like she didn't even question what she had heard. How foolish. That's just like the kid she really is, believing everything that adults say is true. We're the only ones who saw the worst bits. I'm the only one who got a serious injury. If they can prevent the whole thing from blowing up, they wouldn't want the witnesses around to say anything unnecessary, right? Even if the students spoke up, they wouldn't have to take it seriously. They could just laugh it off coldly, saying, well, kids will say the wildest things. Nami cocks her head. It seems like she still can't quite comprehend Shuji's words. She's hopeless, Shuji thinks. Let me break it down even further for you. Goto and I got into a fight. He lost his temper and suddenly became violent. It was an unforeseeable accident. If they put it that way, everything would be settled without the school being put in a bad light. Nami thinks about it. Finally, she seems to grasp the situation. Disbelieving, she says, "So you think they'll lie?" Shuji nods lightly. As expected, Nami shows her displeasure at Shuji's attitude. But that's weird. There's no need to lie. It's not the school's fault. You only think so because you're a liar too. You're really too trusting. Shuji gives his frank opinion towards her optimistic words. He throws a wry smile at a reddening Nami, like she always does at him. There's no way an adult would listen to a kid. That's grown-ups and their grown-up stuff for you. Nami's face remains obstinate. She probably has no intention of trying to understand. Not that it matters, but Shuji simply cannot fathom why Nami can trust adults that much. But he knew well enough that Nami wouldn't understand him. Being the class president, she was the spokesperson for the adults, and in reality, she hasn't had much experience dealing with adults in her life. Because of his parents, Shuji had to move from place to place and experience lots of grown-up business. Thus, his perspective of the situation is different from Nami's. He knows that, but that makes it even more frustrating. Well, it's not like you'd understand. Huh? I don't get you. You don't need to. And I'm not a liar, just so you know. I just exaggerated a little. Ah! A piercing scream rings out through the air. The frogs are back. Instinctively, Shuji cowers. What was that? He looks around frantically, searching for the source of the scream. Then, from far behind Nami, he spots a white shadow on the slope in front of the school. It is approaching them at intense speed. Kune? A dirty, threadbare tank top, worn-out shorts, a bare scalp, recognizable even from afar. Suddenly, their eyes meet. Noticing Shuji's weird behavior, Nami turns back. She instantly understands Shuji's distress. Hey! The morning man screeches at them. That won't do! Don't you have class now? He starts to run, at a speed unimaginable from his flabby belly, bouncing around. He dashes towards them. Gripped tightly in his hands is a long, menacing piece of wood. Another high-pitched scream pierces the air. Before Shuji can even cover his ears, Nami runs past him swiftly. Bye! Shuji hurriedly turns and runs after her. They run down the road. The textbooks in their bags thump wildly. From behind them, they hear a vile voice hurling threats, catching up, then overwhelming them. Punks who skip school need some punishment! Shuji feels the impact of something glancing across his school bag from right to left. It was the piece of wood that the morning man had been holding. Well, it's a bit violent. It had been a light swipe, but it was enough to make his legs stiff with fear. The tip of his right foot catches his left calf. His feet flail in midair, unable to support his body, and he falls forward. He lands face first into the rough asphalt. Ow! He squeezes his eyes shut at the pain. When he opens them, a shadow cuts across his line of sight. It is a thin shadow, the shadow of a piece of wood being raised. He struggles desperately, twisting his body to the side. Thump! The wooden block lands right next to his face with a dreadful sound. Broken splinters fly into his face. The morning man shouts. He yells insults and other unintelligible words. I'm going to die. A chill comes over his entire body. Gotta stand up. Gotta escape. Shuji's body won't listen to him. His legs, his arms, his very cells are rushing to escape, but his limbs scratch uselessly against the asphalt as if he were drowning in water. The morning man gives another indistinguishable yell and spits. He raises the piece of wood again. Shuji's heart beats faster. Frantically, he curls up to try and protect his head. Stop right there. A rasping voice cuts in softly. The morning man stops with the piece of wood still raised high. Why don't you move away from the kid over there? Ooh! Granny in for the save. It is Granny from the Miyagawa store. The tiny lady stands with both hands on her walking stick, hiding a bigger Nami behind her hunched back. Oh, did Nami get away? Hurry along now. If not, I'll call the cops. Heh, heh, heh. Granny Miyagawa gives an eerie cackle. Although her tone is quiet, everyone can hear her words clearly, as if she was whispering into their ears. Despite what she said, there was no public phone, nor even a police station anywhere nearby. It was unthinkable that Granny Miyagawa from the candy store would have something as modern as a mobile phone. The morning man stares straight at the old lady. He still holds the piece of wood high above his head, but eventually he lowers it and returns to his usual awkward smile. Good morning! Good morning! Yes, morning to you. Granny Miyagawa takes one hand off her stick to wave gently. It was a gesture that wouldn't have even chased a fly away. Shuji only noticed that it was directed at him because Nami beckons to him frantically from behind the old lady. Shuji crawls away, all the while keeping an eye on the morning man who continues his greetings. The morning man doesn't bat an eye at him. Nobody's questioning why this man just charged 2 kids down the road with a piece of wood. Shuji gathers energy and pushes himself off the ground. He nearly stumbles from the forward momentum, but not expecting his limbs to actually listen, but manages to run to the old lady without falling over again. That was some commotion. She takes a glances. Indeed. She takes a glances at Shuji, who is now bent over on the ground, panting for breath, and then looks back to the morning man. Hurry home now. You know the way, yes? The morning man looks at the old lady and gives a quick bow. Yep, I'll be on my way. He turns on his heel and leaves with light footsteps. However, the piece of wood that he drags on the floor behind him was no doubt the one that was being brandished towards Shuji just moments ago. No injuries, I presume? Shuji nods at Granny Miyagawa's worried voice. It feels like his throat has seized up from fright, so he simply continues to nod at her. Come on, give me a save. However, Granny cackles again and pokes at Shuji's leg with her walking stick. What about that knee now? He drops his gaze to his right leg. His kneecap is dyed red. Multiple scratches cover his knee, with the skin that has been scraped off having turned white and crumpled. In the middle of the scratches was deep... What? In the middle of scratches was deep wound that cut right down the middle of his kneecap. Can you make sense of that? Blood from the wound has run down his leg and now stains his socks dark with blood. The moment he notices the wounds, the pain hits him. It feels like a burning stake has been pressed to his knee. Along with the pain now flows the fear that he had held back from the start of the encounter. Unbidden, tears fall from his eyes. Once the stream of tears start, there is no stopping it anymore. The corners of his eyes grow hot. The heat spreads to the back of his throat, and his nose starts to run. His throat tightens, making breathing difficult. Upon seeing Shuji cry, Nami can't help but start sobbing as well. She sniffs loudly as she rubs her eyes. You're safe now, my dears. To the 2 terrified children, it was the most comforting words they had ever heard. The old lady strokes their heads gently and they cry even louder, clinging onto her wrinkled arms. Oh, saving. Phew, alright. That was a lot. We're going to end this episode here. I'm interested where this is going. This is not exactly what I was thinking it would be. This seems to be more of a single coherent story that occasionally incorporates urban legends and things, but I'm okay with that as well. I'm enjoying it so far. I want to know where it's going. Anyway, I will see you guys again next time. See ya. Alright, back to the sketchbook. Where were we? Don't just stand there now. Go on in, urges Granny Miyagawa. That's right, Granny. As she opens the shutters, she beckons at Shuji, who is dragging his painfully throbbing leg along, and at Nami, who is still shocked from the events. That's right, they got attacked by that dude, didn't they? The back of the shop is quiet and dimly lit. Perhaps because of this, the shop's musky smell stands out, despite it being something they wouldn't have noticed on a normal day. Granny Miyagawa leads the two children further in. Cautiously, they follow the old lady in. Behind the small desk used in place of a cash register was somewhere that they normally wouldn't even dare to peek into. They look backwards, fearing that they might somehow be scolded. Up we go. Granny Miyagawa, using her hands, climbs up the small wooden stairs up into her house. The glass door clatters as it opens. Come on in now. In the small room, there are boxes labelled with the names of various snacks. In the middle of the room, there is a low table, turned dark with age. Against the wall is an old television, positioned for easy viewing, along with a thermal flask and cup of tea left untouched. Not the tea. Now, let me see that wound. Young lady, feel free to make yourself at home. Shuji does as he is told and sits in front of Granny Miyagawa as she takes out the disinfectant from a wooden first aid kit. As he bends his knee, bend the knee, the wound stretches. The pain comes rushing back. It'll sting a bit, but bear with it for a second. Before Shuji can answer, she dabs the wound with a piece of gauze dipped in disinfectant. It feels like claws of ice have stabbed directly into his flesh. He almost cries out, but holds it back by clenching his teeth and squirming in pain. Nami's face is fixed in a grimace, but she watches the treatment intently despite her obvious discomfort. For Shuji, having his pathetic self watched was more unbearable than the pain itself. There we go. All better now. Granny Miyagawa gives the wound that she had just taped up with gauze. I'm pretty sure we say gauze. A good slap. Why would you give that a good slap? Youch! He he he. Now, where are your manners? Thank you very much. He bows at her, even as he presses at the gauze. Granny Miyagawa smiles and cackles again. Now, what did the school say to y'all? They said we were dismissed early today, right, Shuji? Yes, they did. Shuji nods instinctively. Nami's voice is clear and confident, even though one could hear the traces of the tears she shed moments before. Is that so? I see. But you don't look sick anywhere, do ya? It doesn't seem like she believes them. Nami answers the old lady's question without any hesitation. Yes, it's not just the two of us, but the whole class. Well, we don't know the full details. Is it all right if I call the school to check? Yes, our form teacher is Mr. Ushiyama of Class 5A. The old lady casts a searching gaze at Nami. What happened to the other kid? There was another kid too, right? Another boy. The air between Nami and Shuji suddenly becomes strained. They understood immediately that she was asking about Goto. That's right, he went nuts. I think he went home. He lives in the other direction, so he's not with us. Oh, is that so? She cackles lowly. Perhaps he was playing Yuoni. She said the thing. The word sounds familiar, but they can't place it, really. Oh, don't look so surprised now. Weren't y'all talking about it yesterday? The corners of her mouth curve upwards. It's the tsun. Tsun. Saving. You mean the tsun from the school's ghost story? Isn't that just a rumor? No, it's not just a rumor. It's a real god, you know? Well, It's more like Okiku of the Sarayashiki than a normal god, but y'all don't know about that either, do ya? Do not presume what ghost stories I know and don't know, thank you. I'm quite aware of Okiku. The two children shake their heads without uttering a word. The Tsun, he was a little boy who had been locked away in room. Indeed. He was an unwanted child, you see, and was killed because of that. Well, that escalated. To avoid being cursed by him, the family worshipped him like a god. They didn't want him. They killed him. Then they worshipped him. That was a great plan, guys. Surely nothing will go wrong there. The spirit of a child who had been locked up and killed. It was the same as what the school ghost story said, but the similarities ended there. Hatred, a curse, and a god. Besides that, it probably had nothing to do with the school in the first place. Boy. Someone had probably told the story to the children as a ghost story, and somewhere along the line it got linked to the school somehow. The old lady speculated with a snicker. It's a very old tale. Not many people know of it now. Who knew that it'd become a school ghost story? If it's a story about a god, why can't we talk about it? Hee. The Tsun can't grant wishes or anything of the sort. All he can do is burn up people's yorishiro. Burn? Yorishiro? What do you mean? Ah, yorishiro are, well, the dolls in our hearts. If someone's yorishiro is burned, the person goes mad, you see? Y'all know that youngin' Takagi, yes? Oh, this is the perfect time for the person outside my window to start mowing. I'm sorry if you can hear it. He's the man who was chasing y'all just now. Ah, Takagi is the morning man. Naruhodo. Ah, yes. He was a very serious one, that one, but his yorishiro was burned up and he ended up like that. Do you have any proof? Nami cuts in sharply at the old lady's creepy smile. Hee. Granny Miyagawa gives a soft, reedy laugh. What the heck is a reedy laugh? I have never in my life heard that term before. Gods don't leave any proof, you know. Then how do you know it was the Tsun? The morning man was harsh towards kids, but he could have had a change in heart, right? It had to be so. The tears that well up in Nami's eyes reflect how she feels about the situation. Granny has her ways. Well, in a way, he did have a change of heart. A disbelieving Nami probes further. She had probably heard from her parents and other adults about when the morning man had been a more normal person. He was not only strict with children, but also with the running of the town and his own work too. He was the embodiment of seriousness and despised baseless rumours. His thinking was very rigid and would not accept any sort of compromise. That's right, Granny Miyagawa agrees, also confirming the fact that he had changed overnight. The more Shuji learns, the more convinced he feels about Granny Miyagawa's tale. The morning man, who had chased them just now, was a completely different person from what Nami was describing. Why did he become like that? Nami bites back viciously at Shuji's comment. Huh? Weren't you listening? He repented, and he had a change of heart. Duh. But that's weird, isn't it? If people could repent and change so easily, everything would be easy peasy. Easy peasy. Shuji holds back the urge to shout back. He refuses to play on Nami's terms. That's 'cause you haven't repented. If you repented and apologized, everyone would forgive you. You don't even understand how pointless that is. How stupid. Huh? What did you just say? Hee. Calm down, children. Granny Miyagawa interrupts the heated quarrel with an amused smile. Well, as a human being, you'd naturally be forced to put up with things and endure as you live your life. Granny just said a whole lot of words that had zero meaning behind them. You understand, right? Granny Miyagawa's tone sharpens suddenly. Worries, secrets, displeasures, hatred, curses. Those end if you let them out. But if you bottle them up, ho, they slowly gather and form a yorishiro. The old lady looks to Nami with her wrinkled eyes. Y'all were talking about the Hina dolls, weren't ya? Ho ho ho. That story about releasing them into the river to pray for the good health of little girls? Nami asks, trying to catch her breath. Granny Miyagawa nods at Nami, satisfied with her reply. Saving. That's right. They're called Nagashi Hina. The point is, that's the same thing. The yorishiro that is created in your heart will be washed away, and that's when your heart will finally be at ease. Create and release, again and again and again. As one grows older, one gets used to change and learns to bear things better. Until then, to prevent one's heart from breaking, a doll takes on those suppressed emotions. And that is what a yorishiro is, Granny Miyagawa explains. Having a yorishiro ain't a bad thing, she says slowly, weighing her words. But the tsun burns people's yorishiro. The negativity absorbed by the yorishiro, take a shot every time yorishiro, then becomes smoke and engulfs your heart. It is then when you lose all ability to hold back. She takes a quick glance into each of the children's eyes, like one at a time, all 4 eyes. It's a bit weird. It's a searching gaze. No, it almost seems like she can see right through them. Shuji instinctively averts his eyes, like 2 of them at the same time. If you don't hold back, you won't feel any guilt, and that's a very pleasant feeling, ain't it? But that won't do. You can't be a decent person if you can't be considerate of others' feelings. This is true. Releasing suppressed emotions, feeling uplifted, not holding back, not feeling guilty. All of it applied to the goto that they had witnessed that morning. The goto. No way, Nami murmurs. Her voice is faint and shaky. Spirits, ghost stories, gods. There's no way they actually exist. Again, a smile slowly spreads across Granny Miyagawa's face. You've already seen the tsun, haven't you? Nami gulps at Granny Miyagawa's words. No, I haven't met him. Of course you haven't. If you had, you wouldn't be here right now. You just caught a glimpse of him, yes? Nami doesn't say a word. Granny Miyagawa has probably hit the nail on the head. Now, what about you? Have you met about a boy who looks to be about... Whoa, that's a strange sentence. Have you met about a boy who looks to be about 6 years old? There's too many abouts in that sentence. This time she addresses Shuji. He shakes his head. Perhaps Shuji had met the boy on the way to school, but even if he had, he has no recollection of it. He. Whether you believe it or not, it's all up to ya. But just in case he does exist, it might be safer for y'all to believe. What should we do? Nami sniffles. Granny Miyagawa smiles gently at her. Let Granny help y'all out a little. Up we go. Granny Miyagawa heaves herself to her feet, same, and heads towards the back of the room. She opens the closet and pulls out a small box. After checking its contents, she closes it and returns to the back of the closet. The 2 children watch the old lady in silence. Shuji feels queasy from the tense atmosphere. His back and armpits slowly become damp from sweat. He hears something scrape against the tatami. It was Nami fidgeting. I miss tatami. Still sitting with his legs outstretched, Shuji turns a little to look at her. Nami sits a little further away with her back straight and her legs folded under herself primly. He can see droplets of sweat dot her jawline. You're the Ueno's daughter, yes? I wonder if you know the story about the shrine. There's only a cliff left now, though. Granny Miyagawa guesses Nami's surname with unnerving accuracy. After a moment of hesitation, Nami clears her throat. I heard from my grandpa that it was destroyed a long time ago. You should never destroy a shrine. You want ghosts? That's how you get ghosts. He. Granny Miyagawa cackles merrily, same. A long time ago. Indeed, it has been a long time. That's right. The shrine was destroyed. The sliding door gives a bang as the old lady slides it shut. Granny Miyagawa turns, her knees brushing against the tatami. In her hands is a small woven basket. It was all so sudden. We thought something was going on at the shrine, but lo and behold, there was a sign informing us about the construction work. They were going to make it into a housing estate. Not a housing estate? Granny Miyagawa reminisces while pulling out a long string, It is nearly as long as Shuji's arm and made by entwining 5 or 6 thick threads. Thick. But there's nothing there now, only a cliff. Granny Miyagawa laughs faintly at Nami's comment. They never completed it. This old lady was about your age then, so I never knew why. Well, it was grown-up business, I guess. Huh, replies Shuji. He feels like the old lady's last words were directed at him. In actual fact, Granny Miyagawa's words, laden with irony, were not for Shuji, but for someone else. Someone who wasn't in the room with them. It stirred up quite the fuss, you see. Because of that, the Tsun could now go anywhere he wanted. Because the Tsun died in a room, he can't cross boundaries, so as long as there was a shrine gate, he would be trapped within the boundaries of the shrine. This is like every shrine creepypasta ever. Yo? Why did I get... Nanny? Y'all heard that right. I got pulled out of the book and then I heard footsteps. And now it's got me saying y'all because it's in the book all the time. Y'all. How's it going, y'all? Well, I don't see anything. Huh. You over there. Don't see anything. Alright, I got my eye on you. All 2 of them. Let's go back to the book. In other words, the shrine was where the Tsun used to reside. Shuji finally understood why the old lady called the Tsun a god. So they've got things like Yorishido, etc. in here, but for some reason they don't call the god a kami. I feel like kami would just straight be a better translation, even though it's not translating. Kami would just be a better word. Come over here, dearie. Sit down next to the boy now. Yes, right there. Nami does as she is told and takes a seat next to Shuji. A light, sweet scent floats by and tickles Shuji's nose. Keeps getting tickled. He twists so that Nami doesn't notice and leaves a hand's distance between them. Social distancing. Granny Miyagawa rubs the long piece of string between her hands and mutters something. It sounds like a sutra, but doesn't sound anything like what Shuji has heard at his grandma's house. She seems to be praying for something. Come now, put out your hands. Right hand for ya, dearie, and left for ya, boy. That is really awkward. Following her instructions, the 2 stretch their arms out. The old lady coils one end of the string around Shuji's wrist. The other end she coils around Nami's. Once done, she tightens it with a tug. Whoa! Their sweaty hands touch for an instant, but they draw back their hands immediately. What are you doing? Nami protests in a flustered tone. The old lady gives a slow grin. Your friend, that boy y'all were with yesterday, he was acting strange, yes? Then he caused a scene in school and classes had to be cancelled. Is that right? The children were stumped for words, and that was enough for Granny Miyagawa. The Tsun appears before those who know of him. He wants to be acknowledged, you see. So, if your friend has been paid a visit by the Tsun, one of ya will be next. It's me. I don't believe it. Neither do I. He. Is that so? Then maybe he really won't appear. But that's only if what ya are claiming is true. I really wish they had just written this normally without the accent. Granny Miyagawa's laugh pierces through their young hearts. She sees through their bravado. It's all good and well if you don't even think about him in the deepest, darkest corner of your mind. But be warned, any sign of fear also shows your belief in him. Thoughts of the bits of the tortured rabbit being strewn about flit through Shuji's mind. I'd forgotten about that, thank you. It is followed by Goto's sick smile as he grins in pleasure. Shuji feels that if he had to play Yuoni, he'd probably become the same. Worries that won't be suppressed by childish bravado. Would this count as holding back? Would it then attract the Tsun? Saving. Look here, Granny will cast a spell on y'all. It'll make a yori dokoro. They can use these big words, but they won't use kami. Something separate from your yori shiro. It won't hurt, so just stretch out your arms again. Upon saying that, Granny Miyagawa holds out both of her hands. Red strings spread out across her wrinkled palms. Put together, it looks like blood vessels are growing from the old lady's hands. Shuji gingerly places his arm on the strings. After a moment of hesitation, Nami follows suit. No moving this time. She coils a few strings around their wrists and tightens them. Then she coils even more around their wrists. That was a weird construction, but okay. From Shuji's wrist to his shoulder, he feels a softness along with a damp feeling of sweat. The scent of a different shampoo. Just by focusing on that one detail, Shuji can feel sweat starting to bead on his forehead. How does that make sense? His heart thumps faster. He is trembling so badly that even he can't deny it, and he wonders if Nami has noticed. He takes a subtle glance at Nami. Beneath her completely raised brows, her eyes flicker anxiously. Her flickering gaze meets Shuji for a split second, but she breaks it off in a hurry. It seems that Nami is scared too. Her breath grazes the back of his ears. He can sense her nervousness from their connected hands. Granny Miyagawa takes no notice of the pair's nervousness, tying their wrists up in a ribbon, and then tying a piece of thinly folded paper over that. Michidachi-sama, Michidachi-sama, enko dansai, obasami wo. As she quietly chants the spell, she picks up the scissors from the floor, aligning it with the knot. Snip! The steel blades slice through the red string. The knot, which had bound Shuji's and Nami's arms together, falls lightly to the floor. Shuji and Nami release the breath that they were holding in, but hold back from saying anything. The old lady had yet to end the ritual. Hitokata, hitokata, katawaremono. Hitokata, hitokata, katawaremono. Continuing to chant, Granny Miyagawa clasps her hands and threads her fingers together. Then, after blowing on them, she stretches out her index and middle fingers, opening and closing them like a pair of scissors. Kataware, aware no toki, kitareba. I'm sorry I read that so badly. Kataware, aware no tomo to naru. To be fair, that was literally the first time I've ever seen that, and it's in Romaji. As she chants the mysterious spell softly, Granny Miyagawa uses the tips of her scissors, formed by her outstretched fingers, to pick up the pieces of string. She then lays them down, such that the shorter strings would crisscross with the longer strings. Soon, 2 braids of string in the same shape are formed. Kukuri-sama, kukuri-sama. Shibarime nawame, shibarime nawame tokarenuo. I have no idea what she's saying. She unclasps her hands and starts to croon a different spell. This time she ties the shorter strings to the longer strings. The finished string now looks like a centipede or perhaps a fishbone. The only sound that can be heard is the old lady's strange chanting. Strangely, neither Shuji nor Nami can take their eyes off the old lady. She wraps the finished centipede braids with 2 separate pieces of cloth, and, with another string, she ties the cloth up so that it now looks like a drawstring pouch. Now we're done. Looking up, Granny Miyagawa passes 1 pouch each to the 2 children. The quaint pouches look like simple handmade good luck charm. Indeed. Both were completely identical, from the size to the knots to the floral pattern on the cloth. Will this charm keep away the tsun? Nami asks, gripping the charm tightly. Granny Miyagawa laughs. Oh, he'll come. Kuruyo. The old lady grins at Nami's tense expression. Saving. What Granny did was a spell to cut away the strings of fate and to protect the threads of good relationships. Same. What was originally one, if separated, will eventually come back to become one again. She pauses, slowly. What the heck? Her smile fades from her face. Shuji hears it too, a child's laughter from the entrance of the store. It's just coming from my sketchbook. It's okay then. Listen here. The Tsun believes that he's doing good. To burn the Yorishiro, it's all for the sake of that person, you see. Shuji notices that Granny Miyagawa gaze, there's a lot of typos in this, is fixed on something far beyond them. Ain't gonna be able to escape from the Tsun. Wherever you go, he'll grace you with his presence. So, if you really want to shake him off, you'll have no choice but to settle it in Yuoni. The light coming in from the window behind Granny Miyagawa's head is slowly dyed into a dark crimson. What? Dyed into a what? Make sure you treasure your friends, you hear me? Believe in them with all your heart. Sure, saving. Shuji nods instinctively as Granny Miyagawa shakes him by the shoulders. She gives him a tight hug, so tight that her nails bite into his shoulder. You understand, right? She stresses. It was then. Let's play. Asobo? A voice rings out in the room. It was a voice belonging to a young boy, one clearly younger than Shuji. But there was no child in sight. I recognize this background noise, by the way. Could it be his imagination? No. Beside him, Nami is also looking around the room. She had heard it too. Asobo? Let's play. The voice calls out again. It sounds closer than before, almost like it was behind them. It's coming closer. Julia! No? I recognize this stock sound and it's making me laugh. On the inside, of course. Well, we're getting a lot of footsteps, but no creepy little children. No? Alright, let's go back in. You heard that, yes? Sure did. Granny Miyagawa comments as she continues to stare into the store lined with candy and snacks. Shuji swallows and nods. Don't look into his eyes. One look and you'll be swallowed whole. Close your eyes until the voice disappears. You're not my supervisor. Granny Miyagawa shouts as she clutches Shuji even more tightly. Nami, who is wrapped up in the old lady's other arm, shivers, her teeth chattering loudly. The world outside has been stained crimson, despite the room shining bright from the afternoon sun. The sunset glow slowly creeps into the room. It crawls along the floors, up the walls, and seeps into the tatami. Innocent-sounding laughter can be heard from the rays of crimson light. Crimson shadows gurgle and foam and rise from the ground. The liquid-like shadows fuse, fall apart, and then fuse together again. It gradually forms into a small humanoid figure. I like that picture, that's cool. It wears a short-sleeved shirt and shorts which look burnt. Its arms peeking out from its sleeves are sickly thin. From its body, coarse bits of what look like rust flake off unceasingly. Unceasing, I like that word. Slowly, it raises its head. Don't look into his eyes. You mustn't look. But no matter how much he wills his eyes to shut, no matter how much he prays, his eyelids don't respond. Even as the tears start to flow, his eyes are transfixed to the hideously burnt figure. An empty black void, in place of a mouth, peeks out from under the brim of its worn hat. I thought I said worm hat. I was like, what? Worn hat, filled with holes. The void contorts into a smile, even as the rust flakes off the Tsun's face. Asobo? Let's play. Right in front of Shuji's eyes, the shadow rises to its feet. It's a perfectly round mass of white. In it, bloodshot eyes spin wildly. The Tsun's mouth is a mere slit, no lips, just bare teeth. From the slit comes distorted laughter. It engulfs Shuji. A lukewarm wind envelops his body. The ground under his feet lurches and he feels a strange sensation of floating, welling up from inside his body. He is falling with no end in sight. He lets out a cry, or at least he tries to. The scream that he should have let out does not ring in his ears nor in his head, but is instead swallowed by the void. Tepid slime coats his body and throws him around turbulently. Ew. He cannot tell left from right, up from down, or front from back. All he can do is struggle helplessly as he is dragged down to the bottom of a whirlpool. Detta! There he is. Hey, how you doing? I can't get up from my chair. I want to go talk to him. Oh, jibba dibba! That actually scared me. Hi. If I keep looking at him, will I die? I guess not. Well, at least we got a scare. He came closer. Yeah, let's dive back in. We got time. A stuffiness in the air forces Shuji awake. Shuji is in his room. Everything looks familiar. Apart from the red glow it is now awash in. Higurashi! Rays from the sun pierce through the window, roasting the room. The trapped heat makes the skin prickle. Indeed it does. It almost seems as if the room is on fire. Shuji finds his futon sheets drenched in sweat. He raises his head from the wall, his sketchbook still resting on his stomach. Stretching his body, Shuji feels a jolt shoot up his spine. Ugh. From his stiff back and joints, Shuji realizes that sleeping with his head against the wall probably wasn't such a bright idea. No, it is not. Shuji shakes his head, rueing his bad habit. Propping himself up against the wall, Shuji begins to draw. As his body warms up, a wave of drowsiness washes over him. Succumbing to the drowsiness, Shuji's body slides down until only the back of his head rests against the wall. Wait, he just woke up though. Every time he stirs from his slumber, his aching neck makes him curse, but he is no match for the sweet embrace of sleep. I wish. This room is Shuji's sanctuary, the only constant in his ever-changing life. Closing the sketchbook now, marred by stray lines orchestrated by drowsy fingers, Shuji stands to return the sketchbook to the bookshelf. I heard that. All of a sudden, it's just my notebook again, we're good. Shuji hears knocking. In shock, he turns towards the sound. It is from the door, which leads to the corridor outside. Hope fills his heart as he wonders if it is his mother who is knocking, but it is swiftly crushed. There is no chance that she will return while it is still day. Who's there? Shuji calls out towards the door. Silence. Suddenly the doorknob turns and the door creaks open. The door is not locked. But Shuji had improvised by hooking a wire hanger around the pillar in the doorknob. It shouldn't be possible to open the door from the outside. The room is impregnable, or at least it was supposed to be. An arm shoves through the opening. It is huge and dirty, covered with oil and grime. It taps its way along the door, searching. It doesn't take long for the grubby fingers to find the hanger. Finding its prize, the fingers grab hold of the hanger and pulls. The fingers grab hold of the hanger and pulls. Indeed. Again and again the fingers yank violently. The metal bends and warps, but thankfully it does not give in. Eventually, silence returns. The door is still open, but the monstrous fingers are gone. Taking deep breaths to calm his racing heart, Shuji inches apprehensively towards the door, both curious and afraid to discover what lies beyond. Da-dun! Without warning, the door caves inward violently. A shriek escapes Shuji's mouth. Shuji jumps back with all of his strength and accidentally slams his head against the wall behind him. Even as he clutches at his head in pain, the slamming on the door continues. Once, twice, detta! Thrice! The banging seems to go on for an eternity, each one rocking the entire room. Had someone picked up the room and decided that... Wait, what? Has someone picked up the room? What does that even mean? And decided that it would be fun to slam it against the ground. Oh, okay. But still, that is a really strange sentence to read. Shuji wonders if this is what toys go through. Sudden Toy Story. The hanger, stretched to its very limits, seems to be hanging on by a thread. I've got to hide. Shuji breaks out in cold sweat. As he scans the room frantically. Sure. Alas, the door is the only exit and there is no place to hide. I mean, he's got a window. Shuji could hide by curling into a ball under the futon, but what good would it do? He's got boxes there, hide in a box. This won't do. I need to fight. Shuji's mind kicks into overdrive as he searches for a weapon. He picks up a toy robot that had been lying on the floor. It isn't much, but it beats having nothing. Are you sure about that? A dull snap signals the demise of the hangar. The door swings open, slamming against the wall. With a high-pitched screech, a mass of pink and white surges into the room. Letting loose a cry of despair, Shuji crumbles to the ground. He curls himself around the toy robot that was supposed to be his last line of defense. The fallen mass picks itself up slowly, brushing its messy hair aside. It comes to stand before Shuji, panting heavily. Nami? Why are you here? Huh? Shuji? What are you doing here? Nami's face is covered in dirt and sweat and perhaps even tears too. What are you talking about? This is my room. I should be asking you how you ended up here. Oh, and while you're at it, mind explaining why you had to destroy my door? There is no response. Clearly confused, Nami looks around the room. Not again, she murmurs. What weird place have I ended up in this time? Oh, come on. First you break into my place and now you call it weird? How rude can you? Shuji's words die in his throat. Beyond the destroyed door lay a familiar, yet foreign scene. It was no longer the house that he knew. Shuji sticks his face out through the doorway and peers into the corridor. Instead of the familiar narrow passageway that was linked to the toilet and the living room, there is now a long, wide corridor, reminiscent of those found in schools or hospitals. The corridor is painted with stripes formed by the sunlight's reddish-brown hues and the thick black shadows. Despite the intensity of the sun's rays, there is neither heat nor light, nor any sort of brightness. The opaqueness of the colours would make one wonder if someone had simply slapped on paint right out of the tin. Where is this? Shuji forces the words out. I was just having a peaceful afternoon nap. Uh-huh. You might want to rethink that. Nami interjects coolly, taking a deep breath. This wasn't her usual exasperated sigh. No, it almost seems as if she is trying to calm herself down. Remember what the granny at the candy store was saying? Candy granny! The story about the Tsun. She was talking about how someone might get spirited away in an evening world and get their yorishiro burned up. Yeah, I think I do. This is it. This is the place she was talking about. Nami wipes at the sweat on her face with the back of her hand, drawing a line of black grime across her cheek. Stop it with the lame jokes. Shuji voice is tense. There is a lot of typos in this. But Nami is dead serious. There is no trace of her usual sarcasm. I first found myself in the old candy shop. When I tried to leave, I ended up in school, or what looked like school, but wasn't really school. Nami scratches her head as she struggles to explain. Ugh, this is really messing with my brain. Enter a classroom and you find a hospital. Enter a toilet and lo and behold, it's a shrine. Sheesh. What child is going to say lo and behold? Come on. The words spill out of Nami all at once, and there are weird things lurking out there to boot. To boot! What do you mean, weird? Nami grimaces and then wails. Weird means weird, okay? What else do you want me to say? All right. Calm down, will ya? I am calm. Anyways, we need to get out of here. You're in, right? Nami snaps at Shuji. Although he is still struggling to understand the situation, Shuji thinks that Nami is being unreasonable. He doesn't appreciate Nami trying to take the lead. What the? Ooh. What? Oh, come on. The lights suddenly go out. Shuji, where are ya? My bad. I think I got the switch. Oh, is a jump scare coming? Shuji had accidentally turned the lights off when he leaned back against the wall. Are you an idiot? Do you get a kick out of this? Nami hollers. Holla! Her cheeks flushed with anger. What is she screaming about? She can't handle a bit of darkness and she still wants to be in charge? Disgruntled thoughts cross Shuji's mind even as he apologizes for scaring Nami. Feigning a smile to mask his discontent from the still simmering Nami, Shuji turns on the lights. Meet-geta. Found you. Ooh, that's cool. Just having a look. No. Oh, that's cool. I like it. Shuji's throat constricts in fear. A boy now stands before him. It is an elementary school kid, probably younger than them. The boy does not even come up to Shuji's chest. His long and thin limbs look like twigs, swaying as though being blown by the wind. The boy's laughter rings out. Slowly, he lifts his face. Shuji can't meet his gaze. More accurately, there is no gaze to be met. Where there should have been eyes are gaping holes. Dark shadows flicker like smoke, filling the sockets. Under the thin nose, the same eerie shadows flicker. The shadows change their shape, twisting upwards. It's laughing. Shh! Shh! Hisses can be heard as teeth, unaccompanied by lips, emerge from Shuji's shadow. Each beat of Shuji's heart is accompanied by a chilling numbness running down his spine. Hey, did you know? Accompanied by merry laughter, the boy's face turns inside out. Inside out, everyone. Inside out. By the way, inside out. You'll know what to do in the comments. Shuji and Nami scream. If you don't burn the doll, your heart will become too full. And if your heart becomes too full, you too will turn into a doll. Wise words. The boy suddenly grabs Shuji's arm, which is now drenched in cold sweat. Shuji feels neither warmth nor coldness. There is only emptiness, void, and hollow. He's speaking to me right now. White eyeballs spin in Shuji's direction, then they squint merrily at him. Suddenly, Shuji feels a sharp impact. He falls, hitting the ground with a thud. Stand up! Run! This time, Nami is the one grabbing his arm. Shuji's mind is still a blank as he follows Nami's lead. Aww, that's not fair, the boy whines. It seems that the boy had also been bowled over by Nami, but Shuji doesn't have the courage to look back. What in the world was that? Put a sock in it. Run first. Talk later. Nami snaps at Shuji, panting heavily. In a flicker of her skirt, Shuji is left behind, struggling to keep up. There seems to be no end to the corridor of red and black. The two feel as if they were trapped inside a mouth, running on a never-ending tongue. What? That is the strangest description I have ever seen. What? Suddenly, a sharp turn comes into view. It had been hidden from sight, blending into the black shadows of the corridor. Nami makes the turn without dropping speed, pulling at the edge of the wall to make the turn. Shuji follows suit, grabbing the edge of the wall and throwing his body into the turn. Then Shuji's feet lose traction. Before he can register what happened, momentum tears him from the wall and his exposed thighs scrape painfully against the rough floor. He hits the opposite wall, feet first. Ah? Laughter. It's close. Shuji turns back. Through the corridor of red and black, a small shadow approaches rapidly. Its eyes, nose, mouth, even its ears hang precariously off festering flesh. With no time to even draw another breath, Shuji forces himself up and running again. Even as his lungs burn and his sides ache, Shuji wills his legs forward. But something just isn't right. Shuji just can't seem to put any distance between himself and the creature. Step on it, Shuji. At the end of the corridor, a wooden door comes into sight. Beyond it, Nami waves frantically. Come on, give me a save. A wooden door at the end of the corridor with modern flooring? Impossible. Impossible! Shuji can't help but think that something is seriously off, but there is no time to stop and ponder. Shuji stumbles forward, slapping his hands into the ground to fling himself through the doorway. A loud bang rings out behind him. Nami had slammed the door shut the moment Shuji tumbled into the room. Scrambling to his feet, Shuji rushes to help Nami brace against the door. Open up. A small voice creeps in. Hey, let me in. The door rattles. Shuji panics and presses harder into the door, almost falling against it. Nami strains at his side, pushing hard at the wall with her legs to prevent the door from opening. However, their frantic efforts were unnecessary. Whilst the knocking and angry pleas never ceased, there had been no attempt to force the door open. Finally, the knocking ceases. So do the pleas. The two exchange glances, still bracing against the door. Slowly, Nami shakes her head. Shuji nods in response. No words are exchanged, but the two share the same thought. It's gone. Shuji slowly releases his grip on the door and backs away. He remains on guard, ready to run. The door shows no sign of opening. Ooh. It seems that the creature has finally left. Shuji breathes a sigh of relief and slumps to the ground. His heart rate starts to drop back to normal. Cold sweat pours down his throbbing temple. Can I have a save, please? We're saved! That's timing. Nami places her hands on her back and stretches, moving her hips in a circle. What? Yeah, you're right, Nami agrees. Breathing hurts. It is almost as if thorns stab at his throat and lungs with every breath. Shuji stretches his neck, which is aching from fatigue, and looks around. Come on, give me a save. This corridor is completely different. The sterile corridor lined with cold linoleum, we just call it lino, has been replaced by a worn wooden floor. The ceiling and the window frames are also of the same aged wood. Only the red glow of the sunset and the darkness cast by the shadows remain unchanged. Here we go again. Here we go again, boys. Again? Oh, yeah, you were saying something about it just now, right? Yeah, that's what's been happening. Over and over again, like how we went through the door of a classroom only to find ourselves inside a shrine. Nami shakes her head, showing her displeasure at their predicament. And who could blame her? She was already way in over her head, and being caught in the capricious whims of the changing surroundings was only fanning the flames of her anxiety. So flowery, the language. However, giving into anxiety means that one loses the ability to take stock of the situation. This then leads to an impairment in judgment. Nami's assessment of the situation is the perfect example. Actually, I think this isn't a shrine, but the old school building. Maybe. Nami squints at Shuji's remark. You mean our schools? Yeah, probably. Probably was what Shuji had said, but there was no doubt about it. Wait, you've been in the old school building. Isn't it supposed to be out of bounds? Nami was going to add, but Shuji interrupts. Yeah, in my previous school. Some time back, Shuji had been forced to accompany the class leader in an impromptu test of courage. The front entrance had been locked up tight, so they had sneaked in through a broken window on the second floor, after climbing across the roof of the outdoor corridor connecting the two buildings. Sneaking a peek inside, Shuji notes that this building also has 2 floors. We didn't run through the connecting corridor, though. Nami leans forward and interrupts Shuji's musings. Yeah, it was just a normal corridor. Don't bother trying to figure it out. Same goes for the room I found you in. It wasn't a room. It was a box. A metal box. Nami gestures, trying to show that the box was small enough to sit comfortably in her palms. It was delicately wrapped with a drawing, so I thought there'd be a doll inside. The box was really hard, so I tried smashing it against the floor. Ho ho ho. Who'd have thought that I'd find you in there when I finally got the box open? Nami's shoulders droop. It seems that she has given up trying to make sense of it all. Wait, that thing. What was it? You know what it is, don't you? Nami glares at Shuji, exasperated. I said I'd tell you later, but you've figured it out already, haven't you? Well, I guess. Then you don't need answers from me. Nami snaps, clearly irritated. But you promised. Nami's expression darkens at Shuji's insistence. Fine, I'll do it. Let's take a break and I'll tell you everything. Nami finally gives in, shrugging in resignation. Oh, saving. All right, we got it. We are absolutely ending this episode here because that went a little longer than I was hoping, but whew, we went a long time between saves. I really liked this episode. The story just developed instantly. I'm really liking the story so far. There are some good scares in the story itself, and also I liked the little boy popping up in this VR bit here. That's cool. I like the little footsteps and sounds and things, and how even the sketchbook changed. It's all very nice. I hope you guys are enjoying it too. And by the way, Inside Out! I'll see you guys again next week. See ya. Welcome back. Let's head back on in. Nami wakes up to a dusty room and the smell of tatami. Her right cheek and clothes are sticky from sweat. In the room is a mountain of cardboard boxes and a cup sits forlornly on the table. An old TV glimmers with a reddish hue in the setting sun. Nami must have fallen asleep in the candy shop. Her arm tingles painfully with pins and needles, and her head is throbbing. It must have been the position that she had fallen asleep in. Her clothes are soaked in sweat. Try as she may, she just can't seem to get rid of the heat trapped under her clothes. The tatami has left a stark imprint on her cheek. Her head feels heavy. Nami wonders how long she has slept. As the drowsiness recedes, Nami shudders, realizing that she has allowed herself to fall asleep in someone else's room. How rude of her. Feeling apologetic, Nami looks around so that she can thank the old lady for letting her sleep here. However, there is not a single person in the store. Even the kitchen and the toilet are empty. Perhaps everyone had left while she was sleeping. There was one more problem. From the rays of the setting sun, Nami realizes that it's getting late. If she doesn't manage to make it home by nightfall, she will have to spend the whole night starving in the dark storehouse. Oh, that's a bit rough. Nami wonders if it is all right to just head home. But what if thieves broke in? Leaving the shop unattended is probably not a good idea. She should wait for the old lady to return. In fact, she should even offer to help out with the shop as a show of gratitude. Nami isn't exactly doing this out of the goodness of her heart. It's just that she feels compelled to be a good girl. To be here after dark is bad, so Nami instinctively feels that she has to do something more than good to make up for it. Oh, this is speaking to my soul. Caught between her curfew and being polite, Nami paces around the room restlessly. The scenery beyond the glass door is a familiar one. She can hear the faint cries of the cicadas, but there are no sounds of children playing. If there are no customers, I should just close up. Yes, I'm sure it'll be fine, Nami says out loud, trying to convince herself. A written note should be enough for the old lady. Grabbing a payment slip from the stack next to the TV, Nami writes down her name, address, and a simple thank you note. The old lady would understand. After all, she seems to know all about Nami's situation. Nami puts on her white sneakers, tapping the tips into the ground to get a better fit. I'm heading home. Thank you for everything. Nami shouts into the empty room, just in case, and closes the glass door. Before her eyes is not the familiar scenery of the park that she had seen beyond the glass door. The sky looks as if someone had splashed a bucket of rust-coloured paint across it. Against the sky, a dark shadow looms. It looks like a house, or is it a school? A hospital, perhaps? Nami can't be sure. And rightfully so, because the shadow changes its shape again and again before her eyes. It brings to mind unpleasant images. A belly sliced open, entrails exposed. Steam rising from wriggling intestines. The grotesque remains of a rabbit being crushed. Unnervingly similar, the dark mass in the sky pulsates and quivers. Sounds like Parasite Eve. Nami feels faint. She turns back towards the empty candy shop to seek refuge. Alas, the glass door— oh, we got a well. The glass door that was there but moments ago is no more. In its place now sits a gaping old well that seems ready to swallow Nami up. There is nowhere to run. Nami gulps. Her throat is parched. She feels as if all the moisture in her body had turned to cold sweat. Her chest tightens in fear. Moshi moshi? Hello? Nami hears a voice from behind. She turns. Hello? A boy stands across from her on the other side of the well. He sports a buzz cut and appears to be a couple of years younger. Skinny limbs stick out from his dirty clothing. His collarbones are stark against his paper-thin skin, and there is no trace of sweat on his brow. Red rust flakes from his body. Impossibly, Nami recognizes the boy. It's the boy who had been sticking close to Shuji since morning. Despite that, no one paid him any heed. It was as if no one could see him. That's scary. He's not from their town. Nami realizes this just from a glance. If he were, Nami would definitely have taken care of him before, during the local Children's Association meetings, especially since he looked a bit younger than her. This is why Nami immediately thought of this boy when she heard about the story of the tsun from the old lady at the candy shop. Nami didn't admit it because she knew it wasn't normal to be able to see him. Hello? 3 times now, the boy has spoken. Nami's senses compel her to scream and run away. Unfortunately, her body betrays her, refusing to budge. Have you? Tilting his head to one side, the boy raises his face. Gaping holes stare straight into Nami's eyes. The pounding of her heart thumps in her ears as tears flow from her eyes unbidden. Have you come to play Yuoni with me? What? Nami cocks her head in confusion. The corners of the Tsun's mouth tick upward in a mockery of a smile. Yay! It's more fun when others play too. The Tsun hops up and down excitedly around Nami as if begging her to join in. It brings to mind the image of her younger sister. Have you ever heard of Yuoni? It's really simple. All you have to do is find the doll and burn it. Let's see who'll be faster. Sorry, I can't play with you. Nami interjects hurriedly. This catches the Tsun by surprise. Even without eyes, it's obvious that it has been caught off guard. Why? I have to get home. If I don't return before dark, I'll get in trouble. Oh, I see. You'll get into trouble. One could tell from the tone of his voice that if the Tsun had lips, it would definitely be pouting. Then the corners of its mouth quirk upward again. How are you going back? I'll have to find an exit. At this, the Tsun lets out a clear bell-like laugh. This time, Nami's answer is exactly what it had wanted to hear. Let's play. You can't go home without playing, you know. You do understand, don't you, about what exactly Yuoni is? The Tsun speaks with a chilling voice unsuited to its young body. The way it seems to have Nami in the palm of its hand, it makes her skin crawl. In Yuoni, you need to find the doll and burn it. The one who burns it first wins. Simply finding the doll doesn't count, okay? The Tsun explains excitedly with animated gestures, completely disregarding Nami's distress. He almost looks like he could be a normal boy. If I play with ya, you'll let me go home? Sure thing. As long as you win. As long as I win. Yes, as long as you win. Nami is sure that Tsun can't be trusted, but she has no choice. Okay, I'll play. The Tsun squeals in joy. If it actually had eyes, they would have sparkled with glee. Oh, let me tell you something. There's a lot of weird things out there. They're the ones protecting the doll. Wait, weird things? Tell me more. They're weird. The Tsun doesn't elaborate. Rather, its face lights up with impish glee as it gloat over Nami's lack of understanding. So many typos. Once again, Nami is reminded of her bratty younger sister. Make sure you don't get caught. Nami turns in the direction the Tsun points to, looking into the shadows. When she turns back, the Tsun is no longer there. The red-stained surroundings start to stir. The shadows ripple and swirl. Nami feels a warm, moist wind on the back of her neck. Ew. Oh, and if you get caught, you'll be ripped apart. Then I entered the school building, and here I am. Shuji's breathing returns to normal as he listens to Nami's story. That's what you were talking about earlier, right? The weird things? You mean the Tsun isn't the only one? What are they? Well, they are, weird. Okay. So what's so weird about them? I can't really say. Oh, some have insanely huge eyes. Others have too many eyes. Absolutely disgusting. That doesn't really help. That's why I'm telling you that they're weird. Yeah, you're right. My bad. Shuji tries to make sense of the situation as he tries to pacify Nami. Shuji knows that he is now caught up in this Yuoni that the Tsun and Nami are playing. In order to escape, they need to win. To win, they need to look for the doll and avoid the weird things protecting the doll. But the first question is, where could the doll be? If it's something precious, it'd probably be hidden somewhere safe and secure. After all, in all the manga and games, the treasure is always found in the deepest depths of the dungeon. Still, with how the places are linked, whether such a place even exists is questionable. If only there was some sort of clue. Shuji sighs at the bleakness of their situation. Smack! A stinging pain explodes in the middle of his back. Don't worry, just leave everything to me. We won't lose. You might not be very reliable, but 2 is still better than 1. Is she shading me right now? Nami gives Shuji a thumbs up as she delivers her motivational speech. Nami seems to have mistaken Shuji's sigh as one of anxiety. The truth was, Shuji was just irritated about how troublesome things were getting. I'm counting on you. Shuji plays along with Nami, to which Nami beams with delight. Shuji hides his sigh at Nami's simple-mindedness by heaving himself to his feet. Let's look for it together. First, we need to find some clues. Yeah, but are there even any clues? Nami's query hits the nail on the head. Perhaps there are no clues. Perhaps the Tsun already has a head start. But Shuji knows that they cannot afford to be discouraged. Sighing lightly, Shuji attempts to cheer Nami up. I'm not worried because you're here with me. I'm really counting on you. Aww, what would you do without me? Alright, you can leave it all to me. Humming cheerfully under her breath, Nami leads the way with a spring in her step. Shuji follows behind, this time letting loose a proper sigh. He really doesn't like the idea of Nami leading, but he has to admit that the chances of survival are much higher with 2 people. Shuji and Nami crack open one of the doors that line the walls of the old school building. See? Exactly as I described it, right? Shuji nods. When they had peeked in from the corridor just moments before, they had seen a classroom and some old desks, all made of the same aging wood. But once they opened the door, what lay before their eyes was a modern room of reinforced concrete. Although Shuji had already heard about this from Nami, experiencing it for himself still confuses him to no end. He starts to wonder if it's even possible to get used to this. Shuji starts to feel uneasiness taking root in his mind and his stomach churns. If only we had some sort of clue. As they open the next door, Shuji and Nami are greeted with a horribly familiar sight. Neatly aligned desks. A bulletin board with the class timetable and a blackboard beside it. Between the blackboard and speakers hang 6 pieces of drawing paper strung together with words on them. Everyone is different. Everyone is special. It's their class motto. This is our class, Nami whispers hoarsely. Yeah, seems that way. The feeling of familiarity causes even more uneasiness within them. Suppressing his discomfort, Shuji forces himself to speak. Let's try and see if there's anything useful. The 2 split up and start examining the desks. Each desk reminds them of their friends, reinforcing the strangeness of the situation. By the way, Shuji coughs, trying to hide the nervous quiver in his voice. It's crazy that you managed to talk to the Tsun. Wasn't it scary? Shuji continues, needlessly keeping his voice low. Oh, it wasn't that bad. I'm used to dealing with younger kids after all, Nami replies, sticking her chest out in pride. Her false bravado doesn't go unnoticed. I see. That's really brave of you. I wouldn't have been able to do the same. Nami's expression lights up at Shuji's words, but in the next second, her demeanor changes and she squints carefully at Shuji. Do you really mean it? Of course. Shuji isn't lying this time. At least, not completely. Simply recalling the Tsun's hideous face is enough to make him break into cold sweat. Break into cold sweat every time. Nami scrutinizes Shuji and says, You're lying. Huh? Why? I'm not kidding, I swear. You sound so fake. I know. You must think that all you have to do is make me happy You must think that all you have to do to make me happy is to praise me, right? Shuji has been exposed. Kind of. Anyways, he pouts at Nami. I'm not like the rest. You can't fool me that easily, Nami retorts. Fine, have it your way. Shuji had a comeback ready, but he decides to go with the flow, as it is more convenient for him to do so. Shuji returns to his task, pretending to sulk. The exchange with Nami seems to have made the atmosphere less tense. Something at the back of the classroom catches Shuji's eye. A row of lockers line the back of the classroom. Above the lockers is a small blackboard sitting between two bulletin boards. Shuji's eyes land on the bulletin board to the left. Unlike the rest, which look like they could crumble away at any second, there is one piece of paper that is still in good condition. Removing the pushpin that was barely holding it up, Shuji gingerly picks the piece of paper up. It's a crumpled up piece of drawing paper. Upon unfolding it, Shuji notices a picture drawn in pencil. Let me have a look too. What's this? It looks like a drawing of people, but a few people are depicted lined up in a row. It appears perfectly normal, but it also evokes a feeling of dread. There is a giant, massive shadow man. How does it appear perfectly normal? Any idea what this is supposed to mean? I guess it's pretty well drawn, but it's not something from the textbook. You think? Nami glares at Shuji. There's a giant shadow man. But you always get good grades in art class. That's different. This drawing isn't in our textbook. Nami pushes the drawing back to Shuji. It seems like she has no idea what it means. In the distance, Shuji and Nami hear an unpleasant sound. They stop and strain their ears to try to make it out. There's something out there, and it appears to be getting closer. Hey, this sound. Nami rushes to cover Shuji's mouth, dragging him further back into the classroom. What's the big idea? Shuji tries to protest, but Nami throws her whole body weight into pressing down on Shuji's mouth. What? She throws her whole body into stopping his mouth. Okay. Shuji can't breathe, and Nami isn't letting up at all. Shuji struggles violently, trying desperately to shake Nami's hands off, but Nami doesn't budge and her hands remain firmly on his mouth. Then Shuji spies a giant shadow approaching. Through the glass windows lining the wall connected to the corridor, he can see the slimy shadow quiver. Drip, drip, drip. Sounds of some sort of liquid dripping can be heard through the thin walls. Quiet! Not a single sound! Nami hisses into Shuji's ear. Shuji taps twice on Nami's arm to signal that he understands. The pressure on his mouth abates slightly. With Nami still on her knees above him, Shuji tries to breathe as lightly as possible. Beyond the frosted glass of the window, the creature stops in its tracks. Shuji and Nami are curled up tight right under the frame. They are safe. They should have been safe. Suddenly, parts of the creature's form start to bulge outwards. Some stretch out like tentacles, banging on the glass as they move towards the ceiling. Nami lets out a short gasp. Shuji comes to the same realization a moment later. But it's too late. The long, narrow window used for ventilation is not frosted like the rest. Countless eyes, bunched together like grapes on a vine, now stare into the classroom. The door! Shuji jumps to his feet and bolts for the door. He slams into the door, putting his entire weight into it. A fraction of a second later, the door shakes violently. Shuji looks up. His breath catches in his throat. Through the glass, there is a gigantic, pale face. That's suitably creepy. All at once, the pupils of the countless expressionless eyes contract and turn to stare at the children in unison. From a grotesquely torn mouth hung countless quivering eyeballs, flinging mucus all over. The creature's disturbingly long, skinny limbs bear down heavily on the door. Shuji and Nami brace with their backs against the door and muster up as much strength as they can to hold it up. What should we do? Hush, let me think. The thing from beyond the door doesn't seem to be able to force the door open with the two holding it closed. Nami seems to have come to the same conclusion. The solution she proposes is simple. Well, let's just see who can hold out longer. Their senses scream at them to run, but it looks like they need to muster the resolve to endure to the end. Unfortunately, their resolve becomes meaningless. The shaking stops. Raising her head to look through the window, Nami sees the creature slowly moving away. Its next target is the door at the front of the classroom. The door that can't be locked without the teacher's key. The window! Shuji shouts. We can escape through the window. They're on the second floor. Even if there's no way to get down from there should be some way to escape by moving along the outside wall. Nami jiggles the lock. No, I can't get it open. Just smash it open. Shuji ignores Nami's warning shouts and grabs hold of a chair. He smashes it into the window. With a loud thump, the chair is repelled. Shuji feels as if he had smashed the chair into a boulder. There is nowhere else to run. All the while, the thing draws closer. Let's hide. But where? There! The thing enters the classroom. Its gigantic, pale face sits upon a black mass of shadows. Its limbs scrape along the ground as it surveys the room. Out of the thing's mouth hang countless eyeballs covered in mucus, clustered like bunches of grapes. The eyeballs bubble over and fall to the ground one by one, each seeming to move around with a mind of its own. Well, that's gross. Squelch, squelch. The eyeballs on the ground continue rolling around in the mucus, until they slowly come to a halt. Shuji and Nami peek through the screen door of their hiding place, trying to observe its movements. They are in the closet where the cleaning tools are kept. With the path to the corridor blocked, it had been their only option. Move over! But I can't! Shuji and Nami exchange heated words in the lowest of whispers. The small space inside the cabinet is hot and suffocating. There is also the overpowering odor of sweat. Squelch. Squelch. It's coming. Coulda. Shuji and Nami press closer together. Suddenly, it becomes pitch black inside the closet. Their hearts skip a beat. Their breaths can definitely be heard from beyond the thin closet door. The thing is right outside. It must be peeking in. The odor of sweat is replaced by the sickening odor of wet mold and rust. It's an unbearable and nauseating odor, but there is no escape. All Shuji and Nami can do is pinch their noses and endure. The stench assails Shuji's nose. Nami's breath tickles his ear. Everything's getting tickled again. Their heartbeats seem to make the still humid air stir. Shuji can feel the quivering of their bones. Their hearts thump so loudly that Shuji has to wonder if their small bodies in the thin aluminium door can even contain the sound. The darkness gradually disappears as red light shines into the cupboard. The muggy breathing of the creature grows faint. The odor also starts to fade until eventually it disappears completely. Even so, the two continue to press close to each other. They continue to keep their breathing low and quiet. As the creature's stench fades from the closet, the smell of sweat returns. Is it gone? Someone murmurs under their breath. Suddenly, a broom inside the closet is dislodged and gives a short clang. The closet lurches dangerously. The children are once again shrouded in darkness, and through the netting, they can see white chunks writhing all around. They scream incomprehensibly, but that was all they were capable of doing. The closet pitches even more violently. A crack appears and light shines through. The door! Panicking, Shuji grabs hold of the lock. At the very same moment, an immense force pulls at the door from the outside. Shuji tries desperately to keep a hold on it. But it is impossible to get a good grip. Even with Nami trying to help, the lock slips hopelessly from their grasp. It's over. Once again, the closet rocks violently. This time, it tips over. The door is now beneath them. Shuji and Nami scream in shock and pain, adding to the din caused by the falling equipment. They hear quick panting, almost like that of an excited dog, and wet footsteps circle the closet. The two children do their best to keep silent, using their hands to hold back their cries. Shuji and Nami lose all sense of time. To them, it feels like an eternity has passed. The circling footsteps come to an abrupt stop. A few considering stomps follow. How does a stomp sound considering? Then, in the very next moment, the thing springs into action, leaping over their heads and rushing up the stairs. Once again, the stench fades away. This time, Shuji and Nami do not let their guard down, wary from what happened previously. Taking care not to knock into anything, Shuji turns his head slowly. He meets Nami's gaze. Under the rags that have fallen over her head, Nami shoots him a questioning gaze. Shuji rolls his eyes at her and looks towards the outside of the closet. He was trying to ask if they should leave the closet, but Nami doesn't understand. Shuji repeats the movement a couple of times more. On the fourth try, Nami finally gets the message. She responds by blinking at him slowly 3 times from behind fogged-up glasses. Nami clutches at the broomsticks beneath her and rolls over. She bends her knees quietly. She sticks her feet on the back of the closet, which is now on top of them. The 2 children count down under their breath, then extend their legs to kick at the same time. The closet swings open to the left, pivoting on its hinges. Shuji and Nami get up to their knees, still crouching behind the closet. They scan their surroundings. In the classroom, lit up in red, only empty desks and slime-like dark shadows remain. The gigantic creature is nowhere to be seen. Suddenly, their strength leaves them and cold sweat pours forth. Shuji and Nami collapse in a heap on the floor. "You see? That thing. It's weird," Nami whispers. "Yeah, weird is the right word." Shuji finally understands why Nami couldn't explain it earlier. No one in their right mind would want to take a good look at that monstrosity. The 2 cough dryly, trying to clear their irritated throats. Then they sit in silence. An empty classroom, awash in red light. Someone sniffles. Neither knows who broke first, but soon the sniffling turns into sobs. "Oh, ooh, what the? Hey. Ooh, hello there. Saving. That's high. Come back. Come back." And it's gone. That was cool. Well. Shuji and Nami crawl out of the classroom, taking care to be as inconspicuous as possible. The coast seems clear. The only reminder of their ordeal are the white eyeballs that are still rolling around in the corridor. Step on them. Assert dominance. How many eyeballs did it drop? Ugh, don't even talk about it. Shuji and Nami can't bear to look straight at them, but the dried out eyeballs are signs that the thing is no longer in the area. The 2 make sure to keep them inside as a safety precaution. "Hey Shuji, let's talk about something. I mean, you'll feel scared if we stay silent, right?" Nami's suggestion causes Shuji to raise an eyebrow. Nami hurriedly tries to justify her suggestion by saying, "While we keep an eye on our surroundings, of course." Talking would make noise, which was probably not the best idea, but Nami was right. Silence is scary. "Sure, what shall we talk about?" To Shuji's relief, Nami already had a topic in mind. "Shuji, you've stayed in loads of places before moving here, right? Will you move out of this town someday too?" "Yeah, I guess." Shuji decides not to tell Nami that he would actually be moving out tomorrow. "I don't know when that'll be though." "I see, so you'll be moving away someday, huh? Wonder if it'll be far." Nami cocks her head. There's a lot of cocking heads in this. Shuji can't help but sense excitement from Nami as she speaks. "How's moving like? I mean, is everywhere totally different? Actually, I've always wanted to try living somewhere new." Faced with Nami's genuine curiosity, Shuji bites back a sarcastic reply. Nami's curiosity is understandable as she has grown up in the same town for all her life. Her question is not a rare one, and Shuji has to admit that he had indeed been excited about moving at first. Shuji understands that to Nami, the constant moving must sound like a fairy tale, and even the difficulties that come with it must seem fun. It's impossible for Nami to understand, so Shuji chooses not to make the futile attempt of explaining. "It is true that you'd make trips back to the towns you've lived in for summer vacation?" "Is it true? My bad. Trips back to the previous towns? Why would anyone do that?" Shuji's reply surprises Nami. "To meet up with friends, of course. I'm sure it must be loads of fun, moving to so many different places and making friends from all over." Nami's question is earnest, but Shuji feels a cold emptiness well up in him. He forces himself to smile to hide this from Nami. "Oh, Yeah, some people might do that, but I don't go out of my way to visit. When you're gone, people forget about you, and besides, they're busy with their own lives, I guess. Oh, talking straight to my heart once again. You guess? Can't you just ask them? Anyways, don't you miss them once you've moved away? Nami is adamant. Not wanting to meet is simply unfathomable to her. Shuji grits his teeth, struggling to control his temper. I mean, they'll also travel to meet their relatives during the summer. Most of the time, our schedules don't match up. Nami is not to be blamed. She's just a girl who has never seen the outside world. Yes, it can't be helped. Shuji repeats this to himself, as if trying to convince a child. And we can only use payphones, so even if we agree to meet up, we could mess up the meeting spot or the meeting time, or even get off at the wrong train station, so it can be pretty troublesome. Ah, I see. Nami nods vigorously at Shuji's words. Silence descends upon Shuji and Nami once again. Hey, let's talk about something else. Your turn to pick a topic. Okay. How about this then? Are you going anywhere for summer vacation? Nope. I need to help take care of the rice fields, and besides, I already stay with my grandparents, so there's no need to travel to visit them. That's convenient. At Shuji's comment, a puzzled look appears on Nami's face for a moment, then she bursts out in giggles. Convenient? Now that's a first. I'm not kidding. Do you know how crowded everywhere will be during summer vacation? It's crazy. Oh, that's what they always show on TV. It's always really exaggerated, ain't it? I'm not too sure about that. Well, I can't be sure either. I just really want to try going somewhere really far away. Yeah, what you see is not really that exaggerated. Like, I visited a lot of the big cities during summer and they get packed. Nami shifts her gaze to the ceiling and maybe stay in a different town just for the summer. Oh, like they do in those TV serials. Nah, that sort of countryside living is what I experience every day. Nami laughs at Shuji's question. I want to stay somewhere with just my best friends, somewhere where my parents or relatives won't bother us. It could be in the mountains, by the sea, or even just somewhere in another town. It'd be like an adventure. Just imagine how awesome that'd be. Nami's eyes light up as she pours her heart out to Shuji. It doesn't seem like she's talking about mere camping. Just so you know, I'm confident that I can take on any adventure. Nami curls her arm to show off her biceps. Although not particularly muscular, Nami's arms definitely appear stronger than Shuji's. Perhaps it's something every kid goes through, wanting to be the hero of their own adventure. Still, even the closest of friends would probably end up quarreling when they travel together. All these thoughts run through Shuji's head, but he remains silent. Saving, alright, we're actually going to end this episode here. A little quicker than usual. That scare with the eyeball shadowy thing in the hallway was cool. I liked that. I hope we get more of those. I hope you guys are enjoying this story so far, because I certainly am. I think we'll be nearing the ending pretty soon. I've heard this is not terribly long. But anyway, let me know what you guys are thinking of the story so far in the comments below, and I will see you again next time. See ya. Oh, there we go. I was wondering what was going on there. Alright, where did we leave off? How many eyeballs did it drop? Ugh, don't even talk about it. That's right, the creepy creature walked by. Shuji and Nami can't bear to look straight at them, but the dried out eyeballs are signs that the thing is no longer in the area. The two make sure to keep them inside as a safety precaution. That's right, I remember that. Hey Shuji, let's talk about something. I mean, you'll feel scared if we stay silent, right? Nami's suggestion causes Shuji to raise an eyebrow. Nami hurriedly tries to justify her suggestion by saying, while we keep an eye on our surroundings, of course. But of course. Talking would make noise, which was probably not the best idea, but Nami was right. Silence is scary. Sure, what shall we talk about? To Shuji's relief, Nami already had a topic in mind. I feel like we read this last time. Like, did it not save? Like, I have definitely read all this. Let's just skip ahead. Alright, Shuji grits his teeth. And we can only use payphones. We've read this. That's convenient. Nami shifts her gaze to the ceiling. We've read this. If you were one of those superhero rangers, I'm sure you'd be the red one, even though you're a girl. Shuji had meant it as an insult, since Nami was always rushing headlong into things. However, Nami's reaction was something that he had not expected. Really? Nami's voice rises in eagerness. Yeah, but keep it down, okay? Nami flails a little in a panic and forces her hands over her mouth. Still, her smile can be seen through the gaps formed by her slender fingers. Her cheeks are also flushed in what looks like embarrassed delight. Shuji is baffled by Nami's reaction. He had only intended to poke fun at her. He tilts his head backwards and focuses on the huge bulletin board on the wall between two classrooms. Saving. Several strips of paper are stuck to the board. Every strip of paper seems to have something written on them, but, alas, they are in such bad condition that none are legible, apart from one. Compared to what the other pieces which had disintegrated so badly that one could not tell what they were made of, this particular strip was obviously new, and it had been stuck higher than any other piece. Shuji reaches for the piece of paper. No luck. Bracing himself against the wall and standing on the tips of his toes does not help either. I can't reach it. Hey, Nami. Nami doesn't respond. She simply stands there with her hands behind her back, grinning happily. Shuji calls out again. This time she finally responds. Huh? Yes. That strip of paper. Can you reach it? Yeah, sure. Just leave it to me. As if trying to make up for not immediately responding, Nami hurries over to Shuji and reaches out for the piece of paper. She easily plucks it off the bulletin board. It's another drawing. On the crumpled piece of paper is another eerie drawing. It is completely different compared to the one from before. What is it? Ooh. The drawing looks like someone had decided to go crazy with a pencil. Smiling people, completely coloured black. They look like they're enjoying themselves, but it is somehow discomforting to the viewer. Why is there a drawing here? And why a drawing of all things? I just translated a story that had creepy, grinning people, which might actually be airing possibly around the same time as this, or maybe it just aired, I'm not sure. But anyway, also, why are the drawings the only ones that seem to have been stuck on recently, while all the other items are in terrible condition? And the drawings are both crumpled, like someone had scrunched them up before sticking them on the bulletin board. Hey, what do you think? I don't know either, but maybe there are other drawings out there. They might be clues, so let's look for them. Oh, I see. Yeah, that makes sense. Hey, are you thinking about something else? Huh? I think so too. Of course I think the drawings are mysterious. I see. Despite what Nami is saying, Shuji notices that Nami is not paying attention to the drawing. Maybe there's something else there, but Shuji decides not to pry. The two move deeper into the old school building. Soon the corridor ends. The only way forward is a flight of stairs leading down. Into the basement. The children descend down the stairs, taking the utmost care to tread lightly and mask any sound they might make. Still, the old wooden planks creep noisily under their weight, adding to their anxiousness. Indeed, they're so wooden they're double wooden. Hey, Shuji. Nami turns to Shuji. It seems like she can't bear the silence. Yeah? There's a long pause before Nami speaks again. What do you think about the current rangers? What? Shuji is caught off guard and turns to Nami, forgetting that they were supposed to be keeping an eye on their surroundings. Adjusting her glasses, Nami looks up from where she is on the stairs and stares straight into Shuji's eyes. The Rangers! That group which morphs and fights in their robots. Ha ha ha! You might call them mighty, morphing, power robots? Haha. Anyway. Nami moves enthusiastically at Shuji's question, her face filled with conviction. Shuji can't help but wonder why Nami seems to be taking the topic so seriously. 'Cause she's like 8, bro. I used to watch, but I haven't had the time lately. But that's such a waste. The current Rangers are really cool, you know. All the monsters and robots are so awesome. Nami's tone is both surprised and accusing. No one in 5th grade would be caught watching the Rangers. Really? I see. So it's the same with boys too. Nami gives a dejected sigh and gives a little pout. Do you like them? I mean the Rangers. Why do we keep having little quotation marks around that? What are you talking about? It's just that my sister loves anime and the next show just happens to be the Rangers. I just watch a little. It's not like I mean to. It seems like Shuji has hit the nail on the head. Nami flushes all the way up to the tips of her ears. I'm just going to say it. I really don't care about this conversation, and I feel like it's just padding. Please pad your stories less. I'm just asking because you said that I reminded you of the Red Ranger. It made me wonder if you like the Rangers too. Just asking. Too? Just admit it. You like the Rangers, right? That's not true. Stop making things up. Nami storms down the stairs fuming. Shuji feels a little confused. Me too. He doesn't understand why Nami asked a question and then got angry all by herself. It feels like he was dealing with a toddler's tantrum. It's because you're all like 8. Hey Nami, how many siblings do you have again? I have 2 younger sisters. I see. It's rare for a girl to like things that a boy would like when she has no male siblings. As a person with no male siblings and as someone who likes many things that typically a boy would like, I take offense to that. From Nami's normal girly clothes and how she acted normally, Shuji had thought that she was the typical girly girl. That's on you, bro. Well, I don't think it's a big deal. So what if you like the Rangers? Shuji says nonchalantly. He really wasn't interested in what Nami liked. He's a bit rude, isn't he? In front of him, Nami's shoulders give a little quiver. She gasps and turns around. With her eyes wide open and her mouth slightly agape, the expression on Nami's face looks a little silly. Any trace of the defensiveness that she had moments ago has disappeared. Really? Do you really mean what you just said? Nami draws her face close to Shuji's. Shuji instinctively takes a step back. The wooden plans creak under his feet. There is an incredible amount of typos in this English one. Come on, answer me. Do you really mean it? Nami steps up towards Shuji. Her eyes are now level with Shuji's and they are so close that her glasses brush against Shuji's fringe. Take a shot every time Shuji. It's like 4 times. I hear that sound or not? Is it really normal for girls to like the Rangers and other superheroes such as the Riders? I wonder who that could be. Yeah, of course. Shuji almost falls on his backside, overwhelmed by Nami's seriousness. I mean, girls are supposed to like girly things, right? Everyone says so. Dad, Mom, Grandpa, Grandma. Everyone just says the same thing, that girls should act like girls and boys should act like boys. Oh, Shuji is about to get schooled. Well, I guess it is kind of rare. Actually, aren't you a little close? I knew it. Girls who like boy stuff just aren't normal. Excuse me. Hey, your face. It's too close. Trying his level best not to peep down Nami's gaping t-shirt. Are we serious right now? These kids are freaking kids. Shuji places his hands on her shoulders and pushes her away. Her skin is softer than a boy's and is damp from sweat. Oh, really? Do we have to? Well, it is rare, but you're not the only one. There were girls who liked the Riders in the town where I stayed before. Oh, I see. Was that necessary, really? Placing a finger on her lips, Nami repeats, I'm not the only one. You know, I'm really confused why this is such a big deal. Oh, yeah, it's important that things are normal, that's all. Am I wrong? Nami didn't seem to get what Shuji was saying. I don't get it either, and can we move on from this conversation? It's stupid. Nami hops down a step lightly. The wooden plank gives a light thud in response. I actually really like the Rangers and the Riders. The monsters are so incredibly cool too. But everyone tells me that I'm weird for liking them. Yeah, you said that already. You took the words right out of my mouth. Oh. So, I've tried so hard to like girly things, but I just can't. And I've endured that for so long. My family's really strict about that sort of thing. If I act like a boy, I get told off for being crude. Nami takes another hop down the steps. To be honest, I hate having to act and speak like a girl. I really envy ya boys. I want to speak like y'all, to play like y'all. I'll take jumping into rivers and running around with the boys over playing with dolls any day. But I can't. Nami grabs the hem of her skirt and says, 'Cause if I go and play in the river, people will see my panties and that's not right. She sticks her tongue out cheekily. There is an incredible amount of talking about young children in ways I'm not comfortable with in this game. I really don't like it and it's just weirding me out, and please don't do it. Do we have to keep bringing things like that up? Stop. Nami's slender fingers move from her skirt to her collar. She pulls at her t-shirt and then looks down through the gap. When the school nurse told me that I had to wear a bra, I was like, I don't know, I didn't like the idea. Really, are we having this conversation? Do we have to? Nami lets go of her shirt and it snaps back against her skin loudly. These kids are in like elementary school, come on. Shuji feels embarrassed about how this girl is talking to him about bras and panties. Yeah, well, I'm not embarrassed, but we don't need it. He can't quite shake the feeling that he is stepping into forbidden territory, you think? However, he cannot bring himself to chide Nami for telling all this to a boy. Nami's face is an interesting canvas of emotions. Discomfort, same. Confusion, same. Nervousness, anxiety, yep. This must be the face that Nami makes every time she has to struggle with those things. Shuji can't imagine why Nami would feel discontent. She is tall and slender, and blessed with a body that every other girl of her age. Really? This is just... Who wrote this? But Shuji can understand this. The naggy, hard-working, honest student, the Nami that Shuji knew was a facade. Shuji feels like he had been struck in the gut. Maybe, just maybe, this girl is the same as him. The thought crosses Shuji's mind and, unconsciously, he grips his shirt tightly. In the same movement, he banishes the thought. No getting involved. Nothing good will come out of it. Anyway, that's why I was so happy when you told me there are other girls who like boy stuff. Or is it weird after all? I'm not sure, but liking something and being able to say it out loud, that's good, I think. Nami frowns a little at Shuji's words, but it soon turns into a wry smile. You know, I'm the eldest daughter. I need to be a good role model to my little sisters. Do you know how terrifying it is to be locked in the storehouse without food? That's a bit rough. Nami makes one final hop down the steps. How long were those stairs? And I mentioned before, right? My family's crazy strict. Gotta protect the family image or something like that. The grown-up stuff. Yep, that's why I gotta be the perfect student. Placing her hands on her hips, Nami lets out a sigh of exasperation, but she also gives a quick grin to Shuji. It's the Nami that Shuji knows, but there's also something different. Saving. The first floor of the old school building has the same layout as the second floor, with 2 classrooms side by side. Thankfully, there are no eyeballs rolling around on this floor. At this point in time, I would happily take the eyeballs, please. However, both classrooms are inaccessible. No matter how much the two shake the doors or kick at them, they do not budge. On the bulletin board, there remains only some mangled pieces of paper. On the second floor, the corridor was open and accessible, but here on the first floor, it has been cordoned off by thick, heavy chains. The corridor might lead somewhere, but there is no way to find out. The children head towards the entrance of the school building. The old door is full of holes and gaps, but remains tightly closed, similar to the classrooms on the first floor. Their frustration mounts. Shuji and Nami are able to see what lies beyond the door, but have no way of getting out. Shuji tries giving a kick to the door, but it holds strong. Shuji looks around the entrance hall, lined with empty shoe lockers. Looks like a dead end. The sigh that escapes from him carries the full weight of his exhaustion. Red light from the setting sun shines in through the gaps of the door, casting a spotted pattern of long shadows on the old school lockers. There is no trace of dust floating in the sunlight. Shuji recalls seeing something similar when he sneaked into an old school building before. But in that building, there were empty cans lying about and graffiti decorating the walls. I mean, that's the schools I worked at, and they were occupied at the time. So far, the only things that seemed to mean something were the 2 drawings they had found. Everything else had either crumbled away at a touch or was just meaningless scenery. I wonder what these drawings are about, Shuji says to himself as he gazes at the drawings he had pulled out of his pocket. Hey Shuji, you're pretty good at drawing, right? Can't you figure something out? Nami asks as she climbs up a shoe locker. Nami must have heard him mumbling to himself. Oh, my glossary has been updated. Shuji feels a hint of irritation. What are you talking about? You're the one who won something. Shuji can still remember how the principal had handed Nami the award during morning assembly on Monday. It was an award that had eluded Shuji's grasp. But I don't like drawing as much as you do. A chill runs down Shuji's spine. What makes you think I like drawing? I don't, okay? Nami laughs at Shuji's attempt to play dumb. Yeah, right. Come on, you're so good at drawing. Besides, you always look like you're having so much fun in art class, Nami says. She jumps down from the shoe locker. I'm really confused why it's apparently bad for boys to like drawing. I knew plenty of boys at elementary school who loved drawing. And they were never picked on it. It was never a girly thing. It's very weird. At that moment, a large jarring noise assaults the children's ears. Panic grips their hearts and they hurriedly hide behind a shoe locker. They try to breathe as quietly as possible. Their ears still ring from the loud noise. Eventually, the ringing in their ears cease. Oh, I wish mine would. And they start to be able to make out the sound of their own breathing. Still, the two remain where they are. They didn't want to risk being attacked by moving around needlessly. I think the coast is clear. After making sure that they were still safe, Shuji steps out from behind the shoe locker. What in the world was that? Shuji and Nami nervously inch towards the source of the sound. Near the corridor, there are some wooden slats that had been propped up against the back of the two shoe lockers in the middle of the entrance hall. One of them had fallen over. It was where Nami had climbed up moments before. Although Nami hadn't made any noise when she jumped off the locker, the rocking of the locker as she jumped off must have caused it to fall over. A lot of this is just word padding. Stop! Shuji heaves a sigh of relief. Behind him, Nami offers a sheepish but sincere apology. It's okay, just be careful next time. Shuji scans the surroundings while taking deep breaths to try and calm his racing heart. Something feels off. Something feels different from when they were standing in the middle of the entrance hall. Shuji takes 2 steps to his right, and then a step to the right. Black on black, red on red. The colours overlap and slowly start to take shape on the shoe lockers. Are we getting a monster? Oh, it's a picture. My disappointment is palpable. Blood-red sunlight cuts through the deep shadows that have formed on top of the shoe lockers. The overlapping of light and shadow forms a silhouette. It looks like a portrait. How poetic. It's a portrait of a person. Ooh, it's grinning, smiling with their uncannily huge mouth. Under the mouth is the image of a small child crouching. Nice. Ew, that's creepy. Nami rubs her arms and frowns. Indeed, it looked like there was blood dripping from the smiling face. In the middle of the face, the gap between the 2 shoe lockers made it look like the face had been ripped in half. In half. An idea pops into Shuji's head, finally. He pushes the 2 lockers where the face had formed and widens the gap between them. As the lockers scrape against the ground with a jarring sound, the scar, quotation marks, in the middle of the face splits even further. Found it! Nani. In the almost syrupy red light rests a crumpled piece of drawing paper. It's a picture of a person crouching. Nami comments as she peeks over Shuji's shoulder. Compared to the other two drawings, there is less black used, and the artist's touch is more delicate. Hey, maybe this is a hint after all. Does anything come to mind? Nami crouches down beside Shuji to take a good look at the drawing. You do that. Nami mumbles to herself with her head cocked, drumming her fingers lightly on her lips. Then she lets out a little gasp. Hey Shuji, look at the edges of the paper. Aren't they kind of weird? There are white lines drawn on both sides and the top of the paper. It looks too uneven to simply be uncolored areas. Hey, let me see the 2 drawings you found earlier. Shuji does as he is told, and hands over the drawings that he had in his pocket. Nami places the drawings beside the new one, rotating them as she does so. It's a puzzle. Bingo! Look, it's a perfect fit. The white lines on both drawings match up perfectly. You're right. That means the other drawing should also... Ja-jang! So we're missing one. As they predicted, it fits together perfectly with the others. A white line. This looks like a map. Shinji's casual comment rings a bell. It's a map! That's what he just said. Oh. Shuji and Nami exclaim in unison. The white lines demarcate? What the heck is that word? I've never seen that word before. The corridors and the rooms. This meant that the second drawing they found shows the corridor of the old school building. It even shows that the corridor at the end of the stairs is blocked off as they had seen earlier on. They just need one more drawing, the drawing that would fit into the right side of the map. Then it might show where to find the doll, and they had a clue as to where that drawing could be. Hey, I don't suppose you remember what the drawing looked like, right? The one you saw before coming to my room. Yeah, I can't really remember, but it might still be there if we return to that spot. I remember putting it down near the box. But even as Nami replies, her expression stiffens. And who could blame her? It's only normal to not want to return to a place where one had experienced horrifying memories. Well, I don't really want to go there if we could help it either. What do you think we should do? Shuji feigns hesitation so that Nami can take the lead. Nami gives a small exhale and stands up. Follow me. Make sure you stick close, okay? Shuji and Nami open the wooden door on the second floor of the old school building. On the other side is the hospital's corridor. The two heave a sigh of relief. They are glad that their fear of the door leading to somewhere completely different is unfounded. Now that they are not being chased around by the Tsun, Shuji and Nami notice several sliding doors lining the corridor. It seems to be a hospital ward with private rooms. Shuji recalls the time when he visited his late grandfather in the hospital. The unpleasant memories are still vivid in his mind. Shuji's grandfather had lain unmoving, hooked up to a monstrous machine via numerous tubes. Tubes. Although there was no chance of him ever waking, Shuji's mother and grandmother continued to talk to him cheerfully. Aww. All of that, even though his grandfather was not living. Someone who never opens his eyes, cannot talk, and is hooked up to some crazy machine can't be considered alive. A finger sinks into Shuji's soft cheek. What's the matter? You've been in a daze. Nami had been poking at Shuji's cheek. I was just thinking about the time I visited my grandfather in the hospital. You have a grandfather? Who doesn't? He died about 2 years ago, though. I see. You stay with your mum, right? I appreciate the spelling of mum. Thank you. You weren't living with your grandpa or anything? Why do they spell it like that? It's hard to read. Yeah, we didn't live together. My parents... Shuji stops abruptly and gives a little cough. Along with the cough, he swallows the grown-up business he had been about to share. My parents' jobs require them to travel a lot. I'm actually not too sure what they do, just that we have to move a lot. You know about that, right? Since you're the class president and all. Nami. Shuji tries to distract Nami by joking, but Nami's face clouds over. What's wrong? Did I say something weird? Shuji, I'm sorry, Nami lowers her head, looking stricken. Her hair, drenched in sweat, falls down to cover her face. Shuji is confused. He's not the only one. Why did Nami apologize? She hadn't said anything wrong. Why did you suddenly... Shuji tries to peek at Nami's face from below, but looks away in a hurry. Nami's chest is visible. Are we doing this again? Really? Really? Shuji can feel his pulse racing. He turns his face away and breathes deeply to try and calm his flushed cheeks. He continues, making sure to keep his voice steady. This is not necessary to the story. I don't want to read it. Why are you apologizing? Nami looks up timidly. She looks as though she might start to cry. Because a pregnant pause. Then Nami continues in a barely audible tone. Shuji, yeah, you don't have a dad, right? Ooh. All the blood drains from Shuji's face. A painful lump forms in his throat. All his saliva has dried up, making his mouth feel like a desert. Oh, so you knew. Shuji's efforts to try and laugh it off backfire, and his voice wobbles even more. His pulse is racing faster than when he had caught sight of... God damn it. How much do you know? Nami is silent. She keeps her head down. Her knuckles are turning white with how tightly she is gripping the edges of her shorts. Wasn't she wearing a skirt before? Answer me. Nami flinches. Slowly, she starts to speak. Her voice is but a whisper. I've only heard rumors. Like your dad. He did something bad and got caught by the police. Nami sounds like she could burst into tears at any moment. Oh, I see. Shuji had no intention of blaming Nami. Shuji had already known that the truth would come out sooner or later due to the documents needed for moving. But you didn't do nothing wrong, even if your dad did something bad. Well, the adults sure don't think of it that way. Shuji had been through this countless times. Gazing at Nami rubbing her nose, Shuji lets out a sigh. Look, I'm cool with this. After all, those are the facts. Shuji was completely aware of what his father had done. The official name of the crime was too complicated for him to understand, but what he did know was that it was bad enough that his father had to be locked away for several years. Ooh, is he Yakuza? It was also bad enough that Shuji and his mother had to flee from the town they had been living in. In other words, the family of a criminal must be cut of the same cloth. Ooh, I hope not. They would never escape this truth, no matter where they went. The only thing they could do was to try and hide it as much as possible. But even then, escape was only temporary. And when the rumors became too bad... Wait, Mum was spelt with a U, but rumors is spelt with only an O. Which style of English are we spelling with? Both? All? I mean, okay, sure. Shuji and his mum, is spelt with an O now, would move to a different town. Moving again and again with the truth nipping at their heels every step of the way. I'm used to it already. All this while, Shuji had been flung about because of grown-up business. And that would continue in a never-ending cycle. That's why Shuji had learned to keep his distance, play nice, and do the bare minimum. He had no need of friendships that would only turn sour eventually. And we're back. I'm sorry. I'm not angry at you. Let's stop talking about this, okay? Okay. Nami sniffling draws another sigh from Shuji. Something grates in Shuji's chest. You probably want to get that looked at. Why can't Nami just get over it already? The person in question has already said that he isn't bothered by it. There's nothing one can do when a girl becomes like this. Oh, is that so? Shuji decides to move on, ignoring Nami. The distance between the two of them gradually increases. Shuji comes back to the corner where he slipped and fell while running away from the Tsun. Peeking around the corner and into the red shadows, he can faintly make out the door to his room. Shuji looks back to check on Nami. She still hasn't gotten over what happened. He clicks his tongue in annoyance. Hey, stop lazing around. Shuji is forced to stop mid-sentence. The Tsun voice. It's near. Shuji scans his surroundings. Nothing. The Tsun's laughter continues to ring haphazardly. From under his feet and above his head, from the front and the back, near, far. Shuji can't figure out where the laughter is coming from. Near, far, footsteps is coming closer. A chill caresses Shuji's back. Behind him, but it's too late. Shuji wills himself to look back, his neck moving reluctantly, as if it were a rusted gear being forced to turn. Rusted gear, rusted gear, rusted gear. There's nothing there. Alright. Well, now there is. Is he there? Is he there? No. I was hoping he might liven up my book reading. Hi. That actually scared me. I was expecting him behind me. Found you. Ooh, I like when it does this. The disembodied head of the Tsun smirks widely at Shuji. Shuji instinctively turns to run, but falls to the floor. His feet has been bound by slime. What? Where did the slime come from? The chillingly cold slime starts to climb up his body. Gotcha. The Tsun laughs. Shuji struggles to escape. He uses his free hand to try and pry away the slime, but that only results in him getting more entangled in the slime. Whoosh! The shadows lift and the air shimmers with heat. White smoke starts to rise from the Tsun's body. The heat melts the Tsun's face, causing the oils to melt and drip. The stench of burning oil assaults Shuji's senses. From his throat, a thick, sour taste spreads through his mouth. Like I said, the doll must be burned. As its face continues to blister from the heat, the Tsun laughs. Its eyes, which are but gaping holes, flicker in Nami's direction. It's going for Nami. Shuji realizes a little too late. A huge shadow pulsates with unnatural speed. Squelch. Many, many squelches. A cold mass completely blocks Shuji's field of view. Oh gosh, it's Parasite Eve. Ah! Shuji screams. He swipes at it with his hands. They are no longer being restrained by the tsun. Shuji only realizes this after finally managing to get the pitch-black substance off his face. The tsun dangles in midair. More accurately, is being dangled in midair. Held up by tentacles. Data, we have tentacles, covered in eyeballs. The tentacles extend from the mouth of the pale mask worn by the huge shadow that clings to the ceiling. It's a long sentence. Oh dear, looks like I've been caught. The tsun sighs regretfully. The next instant, the thing rips the tsun apart, limb from limb. Not the tsun! Shuji watches with his gaze glued to the ceiling as bits and pieces of the tsun's remains are flung at his feet, giving off a foul odor of rust. Ew. Shuji doesn't scream. All that escapes from his mouth are short whistling breaths through his teeth as they chatter uncontrollably. He can't feel his lower body. His eyes tell him that it is still there, but he simply can't will it to move. The shadowy thing that is clinging to the ceiling starts to wobble and quiver. It's feasting. Every time the thing shakes, eyeballs fall one by one, still connected to the thing by strands of sticky substance. Shuji desperately tries to move his arms. He suddenly feels a warm sensation emanating from his crotch. Ew. He has wet himself. But this is a blessing, as it forces his mind to register the fact that he still has functioning legs. I don't think wetting yourself has anything to do with functioning legs, but okay. Shuji wills himself to stand even as his knees tremble. He moves his arms and legs desperately, as if he were drowning, and starts to run. Wait! Mater! Shuji turns to look back at Nami, but there is no time for him to grab her outstretched arm. The thing, clinging to the ceiling, looks at them and gives a big wobble. Then it moves towards them. Shuji runs for dear life, stumbling and tripping with every other step. He doesn't allow himself to stop. Not even once does he turn back to look. Shuji bolts down the stairs. The first floor leads to the school's corridor. It is not possible to descend any further. Shuji tries to escape into one of the classrooms, but the door is locked. This can't be happening. Shuji tries the next door, but it too is locked. It is the same for the next classroom and the next. Soon, Shuji finds himself at a dead end. The only way left is a flight of stairs leading up. Shuji wonders if he would appear behind the thing, but if the thing hadn't moved, he would end up right in front of it again. It's gonna be okay. It's gonna be okay. Shuji tries to convince himself even as he searches for a hiding spot. Then, Shuji notices a toilet to the side of the stairs. Yes, absolutely nothing can ever go wrong in a Japanese school toilet. I recommend you hide there. It's a toilet that he has used countless times in the real world. Shuji immediately bolts into the toilet. Not even sparing a glance at the 4 urinals on the right, he dives into the innermost cubicle and slides the lock into place. And we're back. Shuji breathes a sigh of relief. At this, a great shiver runs through his body, and he collapses next to the squat toilet. Ooh, that's not hygienic. You should not collapse there. The floor tiles are cold. As Shuji sits, do not sit on it. He gazes up at the ceiling with its exposed vents and tries his best to calm his racing heart. The warmth in his pants has cooled. That's gross. Shuji feels pathetic. He feels hot tears well up in the corners of his eyes. The back of his throat hurts. His breathing hitches. Tears, mucus, and drool run down his face and hit the floor as his vision blurs. Suddenly, Shuji hears a clatter. It's close. He gulps. It's from the adjacent cubicle. The door opens, then closes. Shuji's pulse quickens once more. Pressing his hands tightly to his mouth, he slowly tries to put some distance between himself and the adjacent cubicle. There are gaps above and below the divider to the adjacent cubicle. This script could use some editing to remove the constantly repeating nouns. Shuji flicks his gaze up and down several times, afraid that something might invade his cubicle through those gaps. Shuji, are you there? It's Nami's voice. Ew, Nami's in the boys' toilets. Shuji feels the tension leave his body all at once. Anger at being surprised takes its place. Shuji can't stop the anger, even though he knows that it's unreasonable. Nami, this is the boys' toilet. I was joking, but okay. Shuji explodes, even as he tries to keep his voice down. But there was nowhere to hide in the girls' toilet. Nami retorts. She also keeps her voice as low as possible. And who do you think you are, abandoning me like that? That's because I couldn't reach you in time, so that made it fine. I couldn't reach you, so, every man for themselves. I didn't want both of yous to get caught. Yes. Liar. I know you saw me. No, I didn't. I think. And you peed yourself too. I don't want to hear anything more from someone so cowardly. Oh, go on in. For once, Shuji has nothing to say in return. Yeah, you wet yourself, she didn't, so, she gets final word there. He had abandoned Nami, that was the truth. But it couldn't be helped. Just think about the situation we were in. She didn't wet herself and run away. Just saying. That is all Shuji can muster. Needless to say, Nami doesn't respond. Anyways, what happened to that thing? Didn't it attack you? No idea, I was too busy running for my life. With that, the two fall silent, separated by a thin divider. Shuji stares absent-mindedly at the ceiling. He does that a lot. The red light from the window cuts in straight lines across the ceiling. Maybe this will form a picture too if looked at from a different angle, but Shuji does not have the courage to leave his cubicle. The red is darker than blood. Shuji traces the silhouette of the shadows in the air with his finger. The thing is still wandering the school compound, searching for them. If he was caught, he would most definitely be ripped apart just like that Tsun. A thought pops into Shuji's head. Oh, how novel. Why hadn't Nami been attacked by that thing? The doll must be burned. Shuji recalls how the Tsun had glanced in Nami's direction after saying that. Is Nami the doll? Is Shuji the doll? Why? Shuji's brain goes into overdrive. That thing's movements, the Tsun's words, Nami's situation. There is only one inevitable conclusion that Shuji can make. Now that Shuji thinks about it, even during the first encounter with the Tsun. Suspicion blooms like a bud within the recesses of Shuji's consciousness. The threat to his life feeds the idea and allows it to take root as fact in Shinji's mind. Yes, it must be so. Goosebumps run down Shuji's neck. Cold sweat drips from his forehead and onto his bent knees. Hey Nami, you said you met the Tsun outside. Yeah? That's when it challenged you to this game, right? Yeah? Nami's replies are curt. She doesn't even seem to be trying to figure out what Shuji's trying to do. Shuji's pulse races once more for a different reason this time, but he fights to keep his breathing steady. If the Tsun is competing with you, why doesn't it try to attack you? What? What are you talking about? Nami replies sharply. She sounds offended by Shuji's question. I was being attacked too. Wasn't I running away with you back there? But you weren't being attacked, right? Huh? What are you talking about? Just now, and even when we first met the Tsun, the only one who was being attacked was me. That's just a coincidence. Even the monster didn't attack you. You were a sitting duck back there, and it took a while for you to get here too. Are you sure that you don't know what happened to the monster? Shuji rattles on without stopping. He has no intention of waiting for Nami's excuses. Are you really Nami? Faintly, through the divider, Shuji can hear Nami's breath hitch ever so slightly. Sweat breaks out on the back of Shuji's neck. He bites down on his trembling lips. Slowly and delicately, he gets his emotions under control and continues. I'm sorry about how I said it. It doesn't matter if you're real or not, does it? You betrayed me, right? No. The partition shakes violently. Normally, Nami would have hit Shuji, but now there's a wall dividing them. Taking a deep breath, Nami continues. I was on my own, trying to run away, before I found ya. I did see the Tsun first. Yeah, and that's where your little game with the Tsun started, with me as your toy. But I saved you when you were being attacked by the Tsun, didn't I? If I were with it, why would I even bother to save you? That's the game, isn't it? When we found the drawings, you knew what they were, didn't you? It was all an act, after all. After all, Shuji clenches his teeth hard. That's not good for your teeth. You should not do that. The only thing he was praised about, the only thing he liked, the only thing he could have become number one in, the only thing that wouldn't betray him. Snatched away. No. If it had been snatched away, if it had only been snatched away, it would have still been forgivable. To Nami, it wasn't even something that she liked. It was just one of her many achievements. He holds a grudge, doesn't he? You're better at me when it comes to drawing. There's no way you didn't understand what was going on. Is he really arguing about drawing right now? Silence fills the air. That's not true. Please trust me. I would never do anything to hurt my friend. We aren't friends. Oh, shots fired. Shuji cuts through Nami's weak, trembling words mercilessly. We aren't friends. We never were. I understand that much. That was a very weak response. Nami's voice, choked with tears and anger, echoes through the toilet. You act friendly and all that, but deep down you think we're all idiots, don't ya? You are the one who thinks I'm a fool, Shuji yells. The anger is making the blood rush to his head. He clenches his fists and feels his nails dig into the flesh of his palms. Forcing his gritted teeth apart, Shuji continues with his tirade. All you guys ever do is play act like we're all friends. I know every one of you would disappear the instant you guys found out that I'm the son of a murderer. Oh. No matter what they say, people without parents who are criminals will never understand. Superficial sympathy is no different from outright discrimination. Both types will immediately turn on you once something happens. He certainly holds a grudge. Once, a vase was broken in the classroom. Shuji hadn't even been in the classroom when it happened, but they made Shuji the culprit. The teacher wasn't even interested in discovering the real culprit. He just wanted someone to make an example of. All he needed was someone to punish, and whoever was punished must be the culprit. It was the same when the pictures in class got torn up, or when someone's stuff got stolen. After all, the family of a criminal must be cut from the same cloth. And you're exactly the same. What do you mean by I'm sorry? Do you find me pitiful? The last yell had become a little hoarse. Yeah, my voice as well after talking for nearly 45 minutes straight. You don't know anything at all. Parents, family, friends, talent. You have everything I ever wanted. I don't want to hear anything from such a spoilt, immature brat. What makes you think you know me? You don't know me. Nami yells back, but there is a quiver in her voice. A serious, well-behaved but arrogant girl with a rich family, but is a stick in the mud. Surrounded by friends. Reliable. That's all you see, right? That's right. That's because I've worked hard to make it look that way. Nami pants like a wild animal, sobbing all the while, her voice cracking and hitching. Her throat has tightened up, making it hard to breathe. Hot tears, my bad, stream down her cheeks uncontrollably. The same thing is probably happening on the other side of the divider. Don't act like you're the most unfortunate person in the world if you don't know anything. Of course you wouldn't know if I didn't say something, but there's some stuff I can't say. I just can't, okay? Like a young girl throwing a tantrum, the last shout dissolves into sobs. That's why I've been trying so hard to be friends with you, Shuji. After all, we're the same. Nami's voice had trembled and hitched as she spoke, but something happens before she can continue. A loud clang rings out. The metal mesh cover of the vent had fallen to the ground. A mass of mucus, Parasite Eve is back, and eyeballs reaches out and clings to the ceiling, and a pale mask with faint smile. A pale mask with faint smile, indeed, is dragged into the light. Ooh. In the next moment, there is only screaming, confusion, noise, and despair. Hey, they just described how I wake up every day. Eyes, eyes upon eyes, countless eyes hang from the ceiling. A bent spider-like arm reaches into a cubicle. Not the cubicle, a cubicle. No, help me. Nami wails as she bangs on the divider in desperation. But the thing pays her no heed and lifts her small body off the ground. Slowly, a lifetime passes as it slowly drags her back into the vent. Help me please, Shuji. Help me please. Shuji doesn't budge. Bye. His eyes are fixated on the ceiling, on that thing. Nami is thoroughly wrapped up in its I've been reading for way too long now. Nami is thoroughly wrapped up in eyeballs. To be fair, that sentence doesn't really make much sense, and I didn't see myself saying it today. She is close enough that if he stretched out to his fullest height, he could probably reach her. He could probably even have dragged her out of the slimy mass. Shuji raises his arms and presses his palms hard against his ears. R.I.P. Nami. They do nothing to stop Nami's piercing cries of desperation. Shuji looks away and curls up into a ball. It's not my fault. It's not my fault. Nami's cries get softer and softer until they disappear completely in the recesses of the vent. Slowly and carefully, Shuji removes his hands from his ears. A shiver ripples through his body, as if his blood was draining out of his body. Again, editing to remove all of the repeating nouns, please. Silence returns to the toilet. Shuji opens the door of the cubicle. There is no one. Everything looks normal. Shuji tries to open the door to the next cubicle. The doorknob won't budge. The panel on the knob is red, indicating that it is still locked. The first emotion that surfaces is relief. That thing attacked Nami, not him. The second emotion is guilt. That thing attacked Nami, not him. Shuji's heart gives a loud thump. It feels like his heart might tear his chest open. His stomach churns. Shuji feels as if a humongous ice-cold snake was wreaking havoc within him. From the back of his throat, hot, sour bile rises. Shuji rushes over to the sink and bends over it. He vomits violently, again and again. Sickly yellow fluid is expelled, rising again and again, along with the disgust and hatred he feels towards himself. That's a bit harsh. I'm so sorry. An apology spills from Shuji's mouth, along with drool and gastric juices. Delicious. I'm sorry, etc. Nami isn't Shuji's enemy. Shuji understood that, or he should have. But in order to pacify his confused self, Shuji took the easy way out and chose a sacrifice. I'm a liar. That's why I'm all alone. Crack. Shuji hears a faint noise. What looks like powder falls onto the sink. Shuji looks up. He sees his reflection in the cloudy mirror. On a face full of snot and tears, a face that belonged to a pathetic elementary school boy who had wet himself, was a crack. What? Clink, crack, snap. In a blink of an eye, more and more cracks, both big and small, starting to appear, and pieces starting to peel off Shuji's face. The pieces are a disturbing red, the red of raw flesh and blood. Nami could have ended the game any time. Crack, another piece breaks off with an extraordinarily loud noise. The answer to why Shuji was always the one being attacked, to why the haphazardly linked buildings look familiar. Now, Shuji understands. I'm the doll they are looking for. In the dirty mirror, Shuji sees that the pieces have fallen off to reveal the white face of a porcelain doll, smiling cheerfully back at him. I called it. I told you he was the doll. The corridor is still and silent. All Shuji can hear is the slapping of his feet on the floor and the clinking of the shards falling from his face. Nami is alive, there is no doubt about it. When the thing caught the Tsun, it had torn the Tsun to pieces without hesitation, but when it caught Nami, all it did was take her away. The reason for this difference is clear. Shuji feared the Tsun, but had only wanted to put some distance between Nami and himself. Saving. This dark evening world reflects what is inside Shuji's head, his mindscape. All the sights he has seen and all the memories he has made, all jumbled up together in a haphazard world. The unsightly things, the unhappy memories, all of these occurred because of Shuji. There is no point in lying in this world. Saving again. A song can be heard. It's a traditional children's song. A red silhouette blurs into shape before Shuji's eyes. Alright, we're going to end this one here because it's getting pretty lengthy. Things are happening. We have turned into a doll. Perhaps we have been the doll all along. Anyway, let's find out more about this next time. See ya. Welcome back. In the clear lines where red and black meet, Shuji can make out the skinny build of the Tsun. It appears unfazed, as if it had never been torn apart by the thing. Found you. You can't run away anymore. It lifts the hat that had been worn low over its eyes. You've realized what you are, haven't you? Shuji gives a short nod. That's great. So, you're not scared anymore, right? You'll let me burn you. Its depthless eyes squint and curve in an arch, and below them the corners of its vacant mouth curl upwards. It's a ghastly smile. Shuji feels as if he is being made to look down a big empty hole. Shuji's first impulse is to look away, but he clenches his teeth, locks his knees, and stands his ground. He gazes straight into the Tsun's eyes and shakes his head. Why? If I get burned, I'll go crazy, right? Nope. You just won't need to hold back anymore. You can do anything you want, and you'll feel wonderful. The Tsun chuckles innocently as it waves its hands in the air merrily. It's not scary at all. It's a good thing. Everyone says thank you when I burn them. The Tsun recounts with pride and joy from the bottom of its heart. If he had eyes, they would be glowing with a pure light. There is no evil within the Tsun. There are only good intentions. Shuji closes his eyes. He pictures what Goto had been like when he gave in to his desires. That won't do. There are times when you have to endure. If you do as you wish all the time, you might hurt people around you, or get them into big trouble. It's not good to hold it in until you collapse, but you definitely won't be able to live on if you stop enduring, that's for sure. Live on? Even when I endured and died for it? The Tsun gives an angry pout, full of hostility. It's not a bad thing. Everyone says it feels good, that they feel happy. They praise me for helping them. You guys are the weird ones, lying and putting up with stuff all the time. Getting praise does feel good, doesn't it? Shuji can understand that, and why someone would cling to the praise. Convincing the Tsun may be a long shot, but Shuji does not give up. But that's not the way to do it. I'm a Yorishiro. A Yorishiro needs to be washed away, like a Hinado. A Yorishiro, a proxy created to withstand the harsh realities of the world, created to take on the things that one must endure. It is the doll that the Tsun refers to, and in this world, it is Shuji himself. A Yorishiro is a dumping ground for unhappiness. In order to prevent a Yorishiro from breaking under the pressures it has to endure and allowing the unhappiness to take over, one must wash the Yorishiro away. If the Yorishiro is burned, all the unhappiness would be released at once and fill the owner's heart with poison. Also, if you win, Nami will be forced to play with you forever, right? That's another reason why I can't allow myself to be burned. I won't let you get away. The cold tone of its voice binds Shuji's feet. Although the Tsun's outstretched arms do not reach Shuji, its shadow grabs Shuji's leg, tying them down. I have to burn dolls, you know, otherwise no one will praise me. Whoosh! The Tsun's outline flickers. Behind the small physique, dark, deep red flames dance solemnly. A wince escapes Shuji's throat. Shuji can't feel any of the saliva he had just swallowed. That thing is on its way. The Tsun flinches. In the same moment, Shuji feels a presence behind him. Squelch, squelch, squelch. The sound of slime-covered eyeballs falling is so close Shuji can almost feel it on his back. You do understand that the thing appears when I'm close to an intruder, right? It's knowledge that he has gathered from educational manga. The thing acts exactly as immune cells would, attacking germs as they enter the body. That's why it does not appear when Shuji is alone. That is, as long as there are no intruders nearby. And Shuji knows that the Tsun is unable to defeat the thing. It was proven in that thing's second attack. That's so unfair. The Tsun screeches, stomping its foot in frustration. Unfair, 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 unfair. From behind Shuji, the thing reaches out with a mass of eyeballs. The Tsun hurriedly jumps into a red shadow. The red shadow hastily escapes along the wall, scuttling along like a bug. The thing chases after the red shadow, moving its spindly limbs with great speed. And we're back. Even before the two monsters disappear from sight, Shuji turns and proceeds down the corridor. Soon he reaches a dead end. Before him stands a wall. Stands a wall. A wall indeed. It is unfinished, untouched by paint, with no doors or windows. It's clearly different from the rest of the walls. There is no mistake. Looking around the area carefully, Shuji finds a small box lying in the shadow of the fire extinguisher. It's a metallic box, small enough to fit into the palms of his hands, wrapped with drawing paper filled with pictures. Shuji removes the drawing paper, taking care not to tear it, and opens the lid of the box. In a blink of an eye, Shuji finds himself in a room. The room has morphed into the room's door. What? The lid has morphed into the room's door, and Shuji finds himself holding the doorknob naturally. There is no one in the room, but in one corner, a huge egg sits on a futon that has been left laid out on the floor. It is about as big as an elementary school seated... What? I think they missed a word. It is about as big as an elementary school, seated hugging their knees. That's a dang big elementary school. Just by touching it, Shuji can tell how sturdy the eggshell is. No matter how hard Shuji hits it, he would probably not be able to crack it open. Hey, it's like the Jinkan. The thickness of the shell shows Shuji's rejection towards Nami. Even though Shuji had been willing to let her into his sanctuary, it was clear that he still had some reservations. It is a reflection of his own selfish, warped desires. I'm sorry. Shuji lowers his head into a deep bow towards the egg. I doubted you, abandoned you, and only tried to save myself. But the truth is, I knew. I knew that we are the same. Aww. The secret that Nami shared as they walked down the stairs of the old school building. Regardless of what had compelled her to speak, it must have taken a lot of courage to do so. That is why Shuji was able to trust that what she had said was sincere. I still don't know the reason behind your troubles, but I do know that you're just like me, putting up with everything all the time. But I chose to ignore that, thinking that you'd betray me anyway. Shuji's voice quivers. He bites down on his lip and holds it in. Don't you dare cry. No matter how close I was to some friends, they'd start to distance themselves once they learned about my dad. I've had enough of that. Enough of being bullied. Enough of people putting on a mask. Please put on your masks. I was afraid that things would turn out the same as before. Shuji sniffles. Don't you dare cry. Don't you dare. If I had to go through that awful experience again, it's better that I don't make friends in the first place. That's what I thought, so... Don't cry, don't cry, don't cry. Shuji grits his teeth. I won't be able to look at Nami if I let the tears blur my vision. Look straight ahead, or else my thoughts will not reach her. No more enduring, and no more lies. Shuji suppresses his shaking and lifts his head high. There is not a single teardrop on his cracked face. Nami, be my friend. Shuji hollers with all the air in his lungs. I just want to be friends. His voice rings out, warmly, kindly, gently. The eggshell unfolds like unraveling thread, forming a glistening river on the futon. Thump. A blunt force lands on Shuji's head. You idiot! It's Nami's voice. Shuji looks up to see Nami with her fists clenched. Did I miss something when it did that before? I didn't see nothing. Alright. Her smile is reminiscent of a cheeky boy who loves to joke around. Behind her spectacles, her damp eyes sparkle. I'm sorry I lied. Shuji apologizes, even as relief washes over him. He looks into Nami's eyes, then lowers his head. The words spilling from his mouth are honest. There is no more need for pretense. Yeah, don't worry about it. I know. Nami replies as she adjusts her sitting position. I need to say sorry too. I thought I understood everything, even when I hadn't, and I was acting real snotty too. I could hear your voice even when I was trapped inside. I was wrong about you, Shuji. No, you were right. I just couldn't accept it. I was wrong. I'm really sorry. But I was the one who took matters into my own hands. I thought I was right, and made you the bad guy. It was a really bad thing to do, you know? Suddenly, Nami pauses. Then she gives a little giggle. Shuji looks on blankly as she wipes away her tears. Let's stop arguing who was at fault, shall we? It won't solve anything. But, no, you're right. Shuji returns Nami's smile shyly. Shuji feels good. It feels like the stopper that had held back all of Shuji's emotions had come off, and all the negative emotions that had accumulated are being drained away. By the way, what's wrong with your face? Well, that's a bit rude. You can't just say that to someone. Actually, I'm not the real Shuji. I'm his Yorishiro, like a stand-in for what he has to endure. The thing that Granny Miyagawa from the candy store was talking about, Shuji gives a brief explanation of what a Yorishiro is. It helps Nami recall what Granny Miyagawa had told them. Granny, bring Granny back. But there's something I don't understand. Normally when a Yorishiro becomes too big, that thing would wash it away. It shouldn't be possible for me to move around like this. Also, I don't get why you had to be dragged into this. The good luck charm, Nami whispers. She had been thinking hard with her head cocked to the side. Why is the head always being cocked to the side? She takes out a drawstring pouch from the pocket of her skirt. Granny Miyagawa, the one who told them about the Tsun and Yorishiros, was the one who had given the good luck charm to them. Because Granny said that this would cut bad ties and strengthen good ones. She said to believe in your friends. Nami speaks excitedly, clasping her hands tight around the charm. Even if the two charms became separated, they will still come together as one. Perhaps that was the true meaning behind the charms. If what Granny said was correct, if we burn ya, the real Shuji would become just like Goto, right? But there are no rivers here even if we wanted to win the game by washing ya away. The drawings, the ones I gave you, do you still have them? Nami hands over the 3 drawings that she had in her hands, rolling her eyes at the question. Shuji adds another drawing to the rest. It is the piece of paper he had found wrapped around the box earlier. Alright, we've completed it. This must be a well. I saw a well. It was outside of the school, Nami says, leaning forward. The winding white line on the drawing that Shuji found leads to a well, with its mouth wide open. And we all know that only good things come out of wells. Way to go. Now we can definitely defeat the Tsun. Nami says animatedly while giving Shuji's back a good slap. Shuji makes a gentle comment to calm Nami's excitement. We can't defeat the Tsun. We can only run from it. Nami's expression was one of shock. You mean the Tsun won't die even after washing our way? We're not heroes. It won't be that cool. I see. Well, since we have to run anyways, let's get going. Nami gets to her feet. Her eyes are filled with conviction. Shuji feels that he is not looking at a classmate of the opposite gender, but a reliable male adult instead. Really? 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 Why can't you just be looking at Nami, the person? Aren't you going to ask if this will really work? Shuji asks casually. He knows the answer. What do you take me for? Nami punches Shuji's shoulder. You're my friend. Of course I'll believe you, Nami claims confidently. By the way, I wonder what the pictures that form the map were. At Nami's comment, Shuji looks to the side, away from the drawings in his hand. Nami's almond-shaped eyes peer over his bare shoulder. It's no big deal. You know what the pictures are? They're my pictures. Huh? You drew them? Well, not exactly. I think they're more like pictures that have formed from my memories. If I had drawn them, they would look a lot better. The pictures may come from your memories, but they make no sense. Yeah, they're all pictures of things I hate. The scenes drawn represent the realities of Shuji's life, but are not necessarily real. They are the unwelcome scenes of trauma that linger on in his memory, and the scenes that have been tainted by sour experiences and bitter shock. The first drawing is of his family. Only the forms of Shuji and his mum are recognizable. His father has been completely erased. Truth be told, Shuji no longer remembers his face. Same. The second drawing reflects Shuji's surroundings. The people in his life who trample on him. Shuji is always the one being stomped on. Shuji would have preferred if they had just trampled him to death, but they wouldn't even grant him that small comfort. Aw, that's sad. The third drawing is of his room, the one and only place where Shuji feels at ease. It was where he drew for hours on end just to get rid of unhappy thoughts. Always alone. Oh, this kid speaks to me. But Shuji is sure that this is not a bad thing. If he hadn't withdrawn into his own shell, he would have been overwhelmed by everything that had happened and wouldn't have been able to continue living. It is understandable why his room was represented as a small, sturdy box. The reason why it hadn't been hidden away in a complicated manner was because he had actually wanted someone to find it. Then came the fourth drawing. This is my father, committing the murder. Shuji remembers the moment like it happened yesterday. The drawing was wrapped around the box, binding it, just like how his father's actions that day still bind him even up until now. It was an average day, near the end of the summer, when Shuji's father invited him on a road trip. Delighted by his usually stern father's rare show of kindness, Shuji tagged along happily. They departed at noon and finally arrived at the place in the middle of the mountains, just as the sun was about to go down. The car pulled to a stop in front of a rusty metal gate that appeared through the trees. A sense of unease slowly crept up on Shuji. It might have been because of the eerie surroundings, but he was also worried that he would be left in the mountains as punishment for doing something bad unknowingly. Shuji's father opened the gates to allow the car into the compounds. Beyond the gates stood a large rundown building. His father told him that it used to be a huge Japanese-style hotel. The car came to another stop. Shuji was ordered to wait in the passenger seat as his father lifted a long bag from the trunk of the car. Shuji nodded in agreement without a word of complaint, like how he always did. But that had to be the day when Shuji decided not to follow his father's orders. Instead, he tailed his father stealthily. It was because he was afraid of being left behind, and also because he thought he might reach a town if he followed his father. It was a humid evening. The cicadas droned on loudly. Summer grass that had grown taller than Shuji scratched at his arms as he chased after his father's barely visible figure. Shuji's father stopped in front of a large well, hidden by the tall grass. He carelessly dropped the long bag that he had been carrying and removed the big metal board that had been covering the well's opening. In that moment, Shuji heard a voice. It was a voice that belonged neither to Shuji nor his father. It was a woman's muffled wails. Even if the woman was nowhere to be seen, Shuji knew exactly where she was, and he also knew what awaited her. Sure enough, the bag was heaved into the well. For a moment, white, slender legs peeked out from within the bag. A splash. It was the sound of a heavy object hitting water. All these details are vividly etched into Shuji's memory. There's no way you'd be able to tell anyone. Yeah, actually, it's more like no one believed me when I told them. Even the police didn't believe me. When Shuji got home, he had made a discreet police report. He was aware of the risks and he had believed that they would listen to him, but his words were brushed off as a kid's fantasy. Still, the police did conduct a check just in case, and Shuji was thankful for that. It could have been worse. However, who would have thought that the person they checked with would be his father? And so, I almost got killed by my dad. But that was also the scandal of him trying to kill me that led to him being put behind bars. How uncool is that? A shiver runs down Shuji's spine. He tries to force a smile on his face. Shuji wants so badly to prove to himself that he can get over that incident now, but his body still trembles and tears still well up in his eyes. What? Adult tooth may have grown in where his baby tooth had broken, but the scars all over his body still remain. That is incredibly awkwardly translated. Change that to teeth and I guess it makes sense. Adult teeth may have grown in where his baby teeth had broken. His teeth had broken? Why are his teeth broken? I'm confused. I have no words. Same. Nami says after a long pause before falling back into silence again, and that's fine by Shuji. It's better than being pitied by someone who doesn't even understand. Nami, you have problems too, right? Don't call them problems. Of course there are some things I have to endure. I'm the eldest daughter after all, but when you have two sisters, you've got to put up with quite a bit. Nami puffs out her chest as if to show that she isn't burdened by those things. Her supple, really. She's in elementary school. Can we not use these words? Enhanced by the light of the setting sun. But there is something weird. Nami's shoulders drop and she scratches at her cheek. She seems to be debating whether or not to give voice to her thoughts. Eventually, Nami gives her head a shake and raises her head. God, this is awkwardly phrased sometimes. Actually, I'm not really a girl, you know. What? What do you mean? Shuji asks without hesitation. It's a natural reaction. You don't understand what I mean, right? Even I don't understand it myself. Her light and happy tone is starkly at odds with her troubled eyes behind her glasses. A bitter smile plays on her lips. When I was talking about how I like stuff meant for boys, I mentioned that I don't like wearing bras, right? It was the conversation they had while walking down the stairs of the old school compound. It just feels wrong that I'm a girl. Like, I'm a girl, but also not a girl. It makes no sense even to me, but something's definitely different about me. You don't get it, do ya? Yeah, I don't. Good that you're honest. Nami laughs, her face morphing into that complicated expression again. But I know that I have to do things properly. I know that I need to put up with things. It's easier to do things that you understand, rather than doing something that you don't, right? Better than being punished, too. Aw, Nami. You just be your best Nami. I understand what you mean by it's easier to do things that you don't understand. I don't really get the rest, though. Oh, and I was talking so seriously, too. Nami slaps the back of Shuji's head. The resulting smack is loud, but the slap itself doesn't hurt. It's just frustrating when someone shows sympathy for something they don't understand. Because Nami is still working hard by herself, Shuji will neither sympathize with her nor cheer her on. Insincere sympathy and encouragement only make the other person even more miserable than before. That just was word salad. Being different from everyone else is neither a strength nor a weakness. It is given that everyone is different. If everyone were forced to conform, some will definitely be sacrificed. Things like being friendly with everybody is merely grown-up stuff for avoiding troublesome situations. Oh, striking at the heart. Shuji is not Nami. Nami is also not Shuji. Duh. Everyone else is different from the two of them too. The extent to how hard they work and how strong they are also differ. All they can do is to stick together and help each other out. To impose one's values on another is just rotten narcissism. Squelch. It's the sound of slime dripping from that thing. It must be because Nami is with Shuji. Even if Shuji thinks of Nami as a friend, she is ultimately a foreign object. The thing attacks foreign objects even if they are harmless. In a sense, it's just like how pollen allergies work. Did you just call Nami a pollen allergy? Let's hurry. Yeah. The two dash off together, running side by side. They run down the corridor, which is marbled with shades of red and black, and down the staircase. As they near the end of the corridor on the first floor, a door suddenly appears. It is as sudden and as odd as the door to the old school compound. It's a door that Shuji regrets not keeping shut when he was younger, the door of his father's car. Shuji reaches out to the door, filled with bitter memories. The car frame is cold to the touch. He gives it a tug. Click! The car door opens. Beyond the door is a field of red. The field is completely flat, and Shuji can't make out where it ends. In the middle of it sits a lone shadow, seemingly lost and forgotten. It's a well. Even from afar they can tell that it is big and its walls are thick and bulky. Thick. Perhaps it is reflecting and amplifying Shuji's trauma. Shuji, someone's there. Nami points to the far side of the well. Shuji narrows his eyes to get a better look. Indeed, there seems to be something protruding from the shadow of the well. There is no doubt as to who that might be. He got there first. That's because the Tsun knows I'm aware of my existence as a Yorishiro. As the Tsun knows where a Yorishiro will end up eventually, all he has to do is wait for them there. It's an effective strategy. The shadow grows bigger. Their destination is right before their eyes. This is the last stretch. The two children crouch low, prepared for a square off. I'll be the bait. Make sure you don't get caught. You should try to look as small as possible. You're bigger than me, Nami. I know. It's gonna hurt my back, but I'll put up with it for ya. Adrenaline pumps through their bodies and their blood runs hot. A streak of sweat appears, then two, then three. The sweat drips down from their cheeks to their necks and then from their necks to their chests. The shadow beside the well looms ever larger. The Tsun has gotten to its feet. Then it starts to sway left and right slowly. Ooh, hey, did you hear? One of the 5th graders from our school has gone missing. Yeah, I heard. Only his shoe was found in the pond at Inugahara, right? But the principal didn't mention anything during assembly on the first day of school. Of course he wouldn't. After all, it's not your average missing kid situation. I heard he went crazy and ran off towards the swamp, and he's been missing since. There was that incident before summer vacation too. The school must be hiding something. What? That's so scary. In every corner of the small classroom, tanned students boast about how fun their summer vacations were, each trying to convince each other that they are the ones who had the best summer vacation. Fun times lie ahead of them, tomorrow, the day after, and well into the future. Even though they may have complaints about how troublesome lessons are, no one doubts that their days would be filled with fun. Did we just warp ahead in time? Yo, Nami, long time no see, you've gotten so tanned. Yeah, you did too. Anyways, we didn't see each other yesterday. Didn't we see each other yesterday? My bad. Nami gets roped into a conversation with her classmates as soon as she walks through the classroom door. For someone who rarely played outside at school, even she sported a golden brown tan. I used to get so tanned in Japan. Summer is really sunny. It's great. You heard the rumor, right? About Shuji. The one about him moving. Yeah, that one. He moved. Heh. So that's how they're covering it up. Her eyes glisten, a triumphant smile on her lips. Her eyes show how eager she is to talk about it. She starts to tell her tale without needing any prompts from Nami. No one knew about him moving, right? Isn't that weird? The neighbors would have known if they were preparing to move. Yeah, and even if they had moved, it's all so sudden. It feels so suspicious. The one who had just chipped in was one of the girls who would have always joined in on the gossip. Her braids have gotten longer, probably because she hadn't cut her hair during the summer. You know what? I think Shuji was really killed by his mom. Then she ran into the mountains to hide. She must have thrown his body into the Inugahara pond. The gossip-loving classmate starts talking more jovially, egged on by the attention the other students were giving her. They say that Shuji's family are all murderers, and that they were on the run. Shuji must have gotten in the way of their escape. Actually, Shuji's mum was working. See, look, mum, it's spelled with a U again. Hora. I'm not going crazy. I know I saw it. Was working at the place where my mum... Whoa! Mum is spelt 2 different ways in the same sentence. See? She did say that his mum looked really suspicious. The girl with braids says excitedly. The children sitting in the circle also start to chime in. I heard that too. I saw that too. Apparently having finished her warm-up, the gossip-loving girl lowers her voice and says, actually. As the other children lean in closer, the girl smirks and looks around like a cat that has caught its prey. She opens her mouth and speaks quietly. I eavesdropped on some of the people who went searching around Inugahora. It seems like they found a body that had been torn into pieces in the swamp. A quiet scream is heard, not one of fear, but of curiosity. On getting the reaction she had expected, the gossip-loving girl grins smugly. Of course, it is still not confirmed that the corpse belongs to Shuji. As she says this, she glances at Nami to gauge her reaction. Nami can almost hear her say, "It's an incredible story, isn't it?" I see, so that's how it is. Yeah, and I've actually got more information. The girl starts to share a new piece of gossip. She makes no attempt to try and figure out Nami's real thoughts. Even though summer vacation is over, it is still as hot as ever. It still prickles when the sunlight shines directly on the skin and sweat still runs down one's scalp and nape. But the humming of the cicadas that can be heard during the day belongs solely to the tsukutsukuboshi, which linger long after the other types of cicadas stop. In the cool evening, gentle chirps of crickets fill the air. The ears of the rice plants in the fields droop gently, on the verge of turning ripe and glimmering gold. Nami stops in her tracks on a whim. Before her lies a narrow street, a little ways from the crossroad. This is the path that Nami and Shuji had taken when running away from the Morning Man. It looks just where I lived. And it is also the place where the two of them had said their goodbyes. Aww. We go back to the world of endless evening, back to when both Shuji and Nami reached their destination, the well. The Tsun was waiting for them at the well, but they were ready for any attack at any moment. But the Tsun showed no signs of attacking. It did nothing but sway violently from side to side. They only noticed that it was beckoning to them after they had tried all the taunts that they could come up with. It's my loss today. You win. The Tsun announced happily from where it was sitting on the well. I won? Does that mean we can go home? Yep, I'll even send you back. It was really fun. Thank you so much. The Tsun sounded sincere, like it truly meant what it said. Bewildered, Nami and Shuji exchanged glances. I don't know why that was so hard to say. Seeming as though it had sensed their confusion, the Tsun rattled on. You know, I've played Yuoni with another kid before. I lost, and she told me to stay put until I was called again. So I waited, and I really was called. I could only play Yuoni by myself, though. It's definitely more fun playing when others are around. As the Tsun cackled merrily, Nami fell to her knees. They could go home. At that thought, Nami felt so relieved that she let loose some tears, grinning awkwardly. But you'll have to get rid of this doll here to go home, okay? Get rid of Shuji. A wave of fear washed over Nami. She looked over at Shuji. Shuji's Yorishiro, to be more precise. Its face had almost completely flaked off, only leaving behind the areas around its left eye and mouth, which also had cracks running through them. It's all right. I can go in myself, Shuji said calmly as he sat astride the edge of the well. He was so relaxed about jumping in, he looked like he was about to jump into the bath. Nami reached out to Shuji's back, but pulled back in a hurry. I mustn't bother him. If Shuji's Yorishiro is washed away here, will the real Shuji remember the things that happened here? Shuji cocked his head at Nami's question, all the while sitting astride the edge of the well. I don't know. Shuji turned his head towards the Tsun. Feeling Shuji's gaze, the Tsun mimicked the same puzzled gesture from his position beside Nami. Oh dear, thought Shuji, letting out a sigh from his cracking mouth. Well, since I might forget, let me tell you just in case. I'll be moving house before the start of summer vacation. Okay. Wait, what? You're moving? Nami couldn't suppress her shock. Wait, before the start of summer vacation? Isn't that really soon? She didn't even need to use her fingers to count. Tomorrow would be the last day of school. That's so sudden. Why'd you keep your mouth shut? Well, because it was sudden. Oh, and don't beat me up when we get back. It'd suck if I didn't remember what had happened. You make me really mad. I'll definitely punch you till you see stars. Stars. Nami socked Shuji in the hip once in advance. What Why would you punch someone in the hip? That just seems painful. For you. The punching person. Shuji gave a muffled groan and bent backwards in reflex. You know, it's quite pretty, Shuji said. His face was turned upwards from when he had shifted away from the pain. What he was admiring was the setting sun in the endless wilderness. A sunset redder than blood, rippling through the sky. Neither afternoon nor night, a space in between, one that no one knew where it belonged. Despite the unsettling feeling that it had given off since the start of their misadventure, now it felt almost warm and welcoming. A gentle breeze caressed Nami's hair. She blinked, and in that moment one of the shadows had disappeared from the well. Nami's eyes opened from the sensation of being spun upside down. The world is dim and blurry. Gradually her sight returns, and she looks up at an old ceiling. The musty smell of tatami and incense tickles her nose. This isn't her bedroom. As she sits up, a blanket that had been draped over her slides off. She is drenched in sweat. What she had been sleeping on was a thin futon. You're finally awake, a soft voice cackles. Granny Miyagawa peers into the room from the glass door connecting to the store. Good morning. Well, look at ya. You seem to be quite out of it, yes? She cackles again. Picking up the teacup next to her, she brings it gently to her lips. From the looks of it, you somehow managed to survive. The old lady lets out a short sigh of relief. Although Nami feels no fatigue from running around in the evening world, she feels dazed, her head heavy and as if she'd been up all night. Now, why don't you wake him up? As the old lady gets to her feet, Nami notices Shuji sleeping next to her. He also has a blanket draped over him. He's breathing softly. A sheen of sweat decorates his nose. Hey, Shuji. She shakes his shoulders. His shirt is also damp from sweat. Huh? What? Huh? After being shaken several times, his eyes slowly open. Good morning. He greets with the same dazed voice as Nami did moments before. He sits up with a vacant gaze and gives a big yawn with no hint of anxiousness. What happened? You don't remember? I did, until I opened my eyes. He scratches his head, seemingly embarrassed. Nami briefly tells Shuji what has happened. The events in the sunset world, about the tsun, about the things, about the Yorishiro Shuji. She has no intention of making him feel indebted to her. She just states the facts. However, she doesn't tell him about both their secrets. After all, it wasn't the real Shuji who had confessed. My memory's a bit fuzzy, but I think I can remember a bit. Even if a dream has been forgotten, one should be able to remember it faintly if a similar situation is presented to them. That is what Shuji is experiencing. Then the Yorishiro Shuji. Oh, wait. Huh? Ow. Ow, ow, ow. Nami screams before Shuji can react. Her hand hurts so much that she feels like it had gotten torn off. It was the first time she had ever seriously slapped somebody. Excuse me? I'm the one who's supposed to be in pain. Why did you hit me out of nowhere? Shuji's face falls first on the tatami. Shuji falls face first on the tatami, pressing both hands to his right cheek and wails with his legs flailing about. You didn't tell me anything about moving house before summer vacation. Huh? What's with you all of a sudden? That's my line. So, when are you moving? What hour? What minute? What second? At which count of the Earth's rotation? Nami grabs a hesitant Shuji by the collar and hauls him to his feet. On the last day of school. I know that already. So what time? At night. Late at night. Around 11 p.m. Amazement makes Nami's anger fade away. She can't believe that he kept it a secret until the very last minute. Got it. I'll be at the intersection with the traffic light around 11:30. You don't have to do that. It's the middle of the night. It'll be so dark that you can't see a thing, so it'll be dangerous. I'll think of something. You really came, Shuji says in bewilderment as he gets out of the passenger seat of a mini pickup truck filled with boxes. And why are you in pajamas? Bathed in the blinking red light of the traffic light, Nami wipes at her sweat with her already sweat-soaked pajamas. This was the only way I could escape. Duh. For Nami, going out after curfew was strictly forbidden. The only way she could do so was to sneak out after she changed into her pajamas, under the pretense of going to sleep early. Apart from her clothes, her shoes had also been tucked neatly away, so she ended up wearing the clogs that were meant for going out the back door. What about you? You came too, so you were hoping to meet, weren't you? She shines the old flashlight in Shuji's face. Illuminated by the dim light, Shuji gives a faint smile. Well, I have my reasons. Upon saying so, Shuji sticks his upper body into the passenger seat of the pickup truck. Here, I want you to have this. Aww. In his hands is an A3 size sketchbook. It looks like it had been used recently. The pages that had been drawn on bulges outwards gently. You sure? I'm sure. Shuji had never showed anyone his drawings unless it was required in class. That was how important his drawings were to him. Thanks. Nami takes the sketchbook and Shuji scratches his nose self-consciously. I have something for you too. Nami passes him a piece of paper. And what's this? It's my address. Knowing ya, you've thrown the class list away already, right? Yeah, I did. I knew it. How are you planning to keep in touch, huh? Ah, I see. You want to exchange letters? Yep. Make sure to send them, Kay, 'cause I don't know your address. Calling each other at home would have been the easiest, but considering Nami's family, it would be troublesome if they found out. If they used payphones, they wouldn't be able to ramble on as they liked either. Although it would take a bit longer, communicating via letters seemed to be the best option. Aw, that's sweet. Well then, I guess it's time for me to head back. After making sure that Shuji has tucked the piece of paper away carefully, Nami adjusts her hold on the sketchbook. Hang on. Shuji stops Nami as she tries to bid farewell. Then he calls out towards the driver's seat from the open passenger door. Mum, do you mind if we drop by somewhere for a bit? It's dangerous, so I'd like to send her. Nami panics at those words. It's okay, I have a flashlight. Mum says to get on. If we squeeze, the both of us can fit. Shuji grabs Nami's hand, knowing that she'd be too polite to accept. Nami is squished into the passenger seat. The pitch-black truck smells of cigarette smoke. Looking up, she meets the gaze of Shuji's mum, who is gripping the steering wheel. She is evidently younger than Nami's mother. Her slim build, dressed in a t-shirt and jeans, exudes confidence. Good evening. Nami ducks her head in a bow in reflex and is greeted with a gentle smile through smoke and red light. This is my mum. Hi, I'm Shuji's mum. Nice to meet you. Her smile is so radiant that it almost brightens the dark truck. She puts out the cigarette that she had been smoking in the ashtray on the dashboard and stares at Nami. Wow, Shuji, how did you get to know such a cute girl? You're quite the man, aren't you? Shut up! Shuji slaps away the hand that his mum had placed on his head. Ooh, scary. Getting rebellious, huh? She chortles. Chortles. From watching their interaction, Nami feels like she understands why Shuji is so excessively reserved. Shuji climbs in and wedges himself in between Nami. It's a tight squeeze to fit two in one passenger seat, but there's nothing they can do as there are no back seats. In order to make sure that people don't notice that there's an extra passenger, they end up taking the bumpy back roads. The smell of cigarette smoke, the uncomfortable seat, the truck filled with boxes rattles vigorously down the dirt road. Suddenly, the truck hits a rock and the seat kicks them in the rear especially hard. The impact knocks the breath out of them. The two children hold their backsides in agony. The situation is so funny that both of them start laughing together. I'll write to you, so you better write back. Back at ya. Don't forget it like you forget your homework. And that was the night Shuji left. Aww. It's been 2 years since, and now I'm in middle school. Shuji and I are still exchanging letters. He says that he's in a place that's far more like a city than this town, and he seems to be doing pretty well there. And as for me, I've been feeling conflicted. Every time I become conscious of my body growing rounder and softer with each passing day, the dysphoria deepens. Every day, every minute, every second, I'm becoming more and more like a woman. Until now, I used to think that I was a tomboy, and I thought that this uncomfortable feeling might disappear as I grew up. But when the time came for me to don the sailor-style school uniform, that was when I finally realized. The time had come for me to take up my role as a woman. There seems to be something that describes this phenomenon of having a different gender identity from one's assigned sex at birth. Shuji was the one who shared this with me. When Shuji came bragging to me about his newly bought basic PHS cell phone, I decided to spill my worries to him. Having a female body but identifying as a boy, I read that it might be tough for these people to socialize with groups of girls, and it might feel weird to have, periods and have your chest grow. I've read quite a bit, Shuji says. It must have been difficult to find all that information. Even if he had used a library, without any basic knowledge, he wouldn't have even known where to start. I'm grateful that he explains everything thoroughly, even if he does do it jokingly. Knowing the reason of my dilemma, I feel a bit relieved, and I was fine with that. It was Shuji who took it far more seriously than I did. Would your family understand? No way. I'll try telling them though. You're gonna tell them? That doesn't sound like it'll go very well. Yeah, I know. Aww. On that day I came out to my family. As I expected, no one understood. Grandpa even lost his temper and punched me in the face. What the heck? You were born a girl, so act like one. Get wrecked, Grandpa. I'm sure it can be cured, really. Don't spoil her by saying it's an illness. Behave yourself like a proper child. Behave yourself. But that's what I've been doing for my entire life. I was the one who always listened to what you said and put up with it. The ones who failed to give birth to a proper child were my parents. And the ones who failed to give birth to a proper parents were you lot. No matter how much I wanted to yell at them, I stopped myself. I understood painfully exactly how much they didn't understand. Everyone's different and special in their own way, but that's only limited to the differences that one can understand. That's human instinct, to maintain a group based on mutual understanding. Eliminating those with conflicting mindsets is inevitable. As long as one is in this herd called human society, one must conform. Shuji, do you think I'm weird? That day, after being hit by Grandpa, I called Shuji from a payphone. Not really. I knew you were holding back and trying to act like a girl. I think I finally understand you now. Shuji said over the phone in that same indifferent manner as he did at that time, his voice just a little lower than before. He didn't tiptoe around the topic and he didn't pity me either. That was just his honest opinion. Hey, come over and visit sometime. It's way better than being there, right? Yeah, I'll go over and brag when I buy my own phone. You'll have to show me around, okay? I'll do my best. I can do it. I have to. That's why. That's right. That's why I'm here. The familiar classroom in the evening. The classroom that I see every day. The prison that forces me to be a girl. In the world, drenched in the unsettling light of the sunset. This is the sketchbook that Shuji gave me. The pages are filled with his experiences up until that time. Getting a glimpse of his heart here like this gives me a sense of relief. Shuji is a little bit different from me, after all. The Tsun saves people who have endured up until their breaking point. It frees the suppressed, giving them freedom they weren't allowed, to be acknowledged, to be accepted for who they are. I think I'm the same as the Tsun. That's why it's time. It's okay for me to be free, right? Neither a boy nor a girl, neither an adult nor a child. I've had enough of this sunset, of this world, that's neither here nor there. Ooh. I've been torn out of the book. Oh, look at that sunset. Oh, hey. Let's be friends. We friends? We cool? Yeah? I hear sludgy. There he is. Hey, buddy. Be friends? Yeah? Good friends? Well. Aww. That made me feel sad. Nami just wanted to be the best Nami. Well. Interesting. As with most visual novels, I had problems with it. I really dislike the flowery language and repeating the same things over and over and over and over and over again. But I liked the story. There were voices? I suppose it's just the laughing and such. That's a lot of translators. How did you miss all those typos, guys? Anyway, yes, the story. I liked the story. I liked how they set it up. Obviously, I didn't play this in VR. I'm playing it on the Switch. so I guess the VR aspect is lost, but I liked the story. I wish it could have been edited and taken down to like half the time, which would have been much nicer, but you know, it's a visual novel thing. I get it. I don't have to like it, but I get it. But overall, I am happy that I played this. I really liked the story. And I feel really bad for Nami at the end there. Nami just wanted to live their best life. And they couldn't. Oya oya? Nani? Huh. Alright. Oh. Have a look. Very quick look. This is the glossary. Oh, okay. Inugahola. A lake in the middle of the forest. Alright. Gender dysphoria. Oh. Ue no Nami. How do I go back? It won't let me down. Why? Reset camera? I can't reset. It literally won't let me choose. Alright, well I guess we're stuck on Ue no Nami for now. Press the button. Yeah, it's not letting me do anything. Alright, well, that's the end of the story anyway, so I hope you guys enjoyed that. And I will see you again next week for another new game. See ya!